Everybody can forgive me. I tried to start it, and I am new to actually streaming. And as you can see, I have my thumbnail there, which is my dog smoke. But anyway, this is Steve. I'm coming to you from the Wolf Den. I'm making my first video, and as I said, I'm kind of gearing this discussion to to gabbers that are out there, uh, and especially um, comments and concerns, also issues that some people may be having that maybe we can fix here, and discuss some of the. It's been in our life now for 6 months, and some of the things we've experienced, and what you see has uh, as something that we could actually get together and consensus and make a general message to Torba, to let him know what we're looking for. I don't know if we will make an impact to him or we'll get through to him, um, but it's a worth a try. Um, and it would give him valid feedback, um, to what, give him some ideas, I guess, on how to improve the website, or it also give us some feedback on where he's headed from here. He does update the webpage, and um, what I've seen is that he gives a status on, how he, a lot of times he gives a status on Twitter and on how Facebook is doing, and his ongoing current battle with Apple. You know, and my general consensus is this: is that that basically, um, we don't really want to hear that. I hate to say it, but we really don't want to hear that, because of the fact is that, I really don't care about Twitter. If I want to get news on Twitter, or about Twitter, I can don't need to have the stats or anything told to me. Um, it's one of those he said she said kind of things, to where kind of sort of that, well, he says Twitter's dropping and whatever, but the stock market says it's trading out. So you never know. Um, Currently, what to date is actually true, I guess. Um, I'm trying to get the chat up here a little bit and see if I can um, get my chat going here, so people can write in, and I can uh, I can actually answer back. Uh, but I am having a hard time doing so. Um, anyway, we don't realize, because the fact is that there is, uh, as a consensus or a group, we can get a lot of people, and to generally, I guess what I'm trying to say is we can generally change the mode, so to speak, or give it direction to the platform of what interests us. I know that's hard to come to uh, to agreement on. I mean, hell, nowadays you can hardly come to an agreement on anything. Um, but if we could get a general consensus up, and we can actually um, provide that to the powers that Okay, now I want to go to YouTube. Okay, let's see. I'm going to. Dang it. Okay, let's see. Let's go right here. Okay. Dang it, I had it. Motions. Okay, live streaming. Okay, events. Okay. New live event. Well, I have said that. I have said. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I believe that I am actually. Yeah, I'm back on. For those that I apologize. I had to get back on to make sure I wanted to get back to the certain screen to where I could actually um, actually make an effort here to get it corrected. Yeah, so you guys can hear me. I don't know how many gabbers I'm going to have. I don't know if I'm hoping I get my chats. That's what I want to do is get my chats, but I am hopefully um, able to um, answer all the issues we have and just talk about Gab a little bit. Um, I'm going to advertise this here a little bit, so maybe I can get some guys in. Actually, some of the guys that I have, or some of the people that I have actually talked to on Gab and have had interference or interchange with and debate. Um, I guess I'll start by reviewing And are you doing a strip tease for the ladies? No, no. I kept my clothes on. No, keeping the clothes on, my man. Yeah, I won't scare anybody, man. I really don't. I don't want to scare nobody. I want taking my clothes off. But I wanted to go through on Gab and some of the things that I see, or what I have seen since I've been there on Gab. Gab is new, and I know that it's like 6 months old now. This is what I'm gathering. Now, with that being said, yes, there's growing pains, and I can understand that any news website starting up, especially in this type of platform, has um, glitches, problems, things that happen that they didn't really think were going to happen. So they're constantly having to fix bugs in the system, or um, there's so much requirements that's required to put up a website. So I agree that there's going to be some glitches, and I'm willing to go through those while they make the corrections. My main issue is the fact is that we have get Arturba. He does address some of these issues, um, where we're going with Gab. And the issue with that is that I totally like that idea, except for the fact is that um, what's happening is that he's not really. Let's put it this way: he's giving us information on Twitter and on Facebook and any other social media out there. Most of it is how bad Twitter's doing. Most of it is how bad uh, Facebook's doing. Um, and you know, I really don't care. I don't care how Twitter's doing. If I need to know how Twitter's doing, I can go to uh, I can talk to people, or I can see the stock market, or I can read articles, or I can look on how well Twitter is doing. I don't really go by a lot of figures, because the fact is that doesn't necessarily represent what a site is actually doing. I mean, a site may not be large in some people's eyes. However, it's large to the people who make up the platform, the people who actually post and tweet and actually share ideas. And it may be a very handy website, or it may be a platform that there's a certain type of people that are drawn to it. Um, and that's about all you're going to get is those like-minded people. I believe that what Gab needs to do is on the marketing side is, they give you 5 new members. That's basically all I've seen come out of it. And that's okay. I mean, that's one way to attract the viewers. It's one way to attract people or get their name out as much as possible. And I'm a strong proponent of any way that they come up with to get the word of Gab, I guess I should say, out to other people's, or as many people as they can. I agree with that. I don't necessarily have any ideas on how they can do that. I mean, my ideas are like assholes. Everybody's got one, but they all stink. But like I said, the issue is not that we are in the stage of creating new users, new people who are coming to the site, or whatever they're advertising for, or if they're advertising for an event. I don't, we don't see a lot of that. We don't see a lot of gabbers that come up and um, post an event that's coming up that they might be interested in. May post something, you know, that invites you out among the public. We don't, you know, we don't really have that many people that are on here that are actually seem like they're actually active in um, the actual public. I mean, you know, they don't really advertise anything like, and I'm not just saying the protests and the riots and all that crap. I'm just saying any event, you know, an event you might want to post to like-minded individuals. You know, hey, we're going to be at such and such place, and maybe there's not that much going on, but uh, or like on Gab, you could actually say, okay, we're going to all get on. Yeah, you're invited to a chat discussion, you know, at Gab on this subject at this certain time, and then a bunch of people come on, and then they, you know, they come on and they voice their opinions, and then they have like a get together of information, people sharing information, people hearing information, and basically learning from a large group of people. I will say this, that um, there is a large number of individuals who want this type of interaction with the app and with people. There are a lot of people um, who actually want to have ideas. They want to have ideas that are heard, and there's also those that want to, for what it's worth, learn from the information, and that's okay. Learn. This is one way of learning. Debate has always been debate has always been um, to the point to where you learn something. And with that being said, once we actually get together as a group and come forth with a common message, which, hey, that's kind of hard to accomplish because you know, you got ideas or whatever, and not everybody's on the same page, and that's what my message is to gabbers is the fact is that you can still have a conversation with someone that particularly you don't usually agree with, that you usually don't see eye to eye on a number of topics, but you also should be able to talk to a person on this subject and have an educated, the best of your ability, educated research, and have a discussion and or debate on your issues. Bring them to the table. Bring out how you feel, what you've learned, what your research has taught you, um, what you've read, what you've taken in and out of context. You can even ask the other person, "Hey, I read such and such. Did you? I got this out of it. Did you get that out of it?" You know, kind of, I guess, um, verify your own information. You know what you come up with. This is the type of site that, yeah, it requires a lot of input. It requires a lot of listening. It also dissolves, or actually promotes discussion and posts based on what you're feeling or based on your ideas or reaction to current events, reaction to what's going on in current time. Um, Basically, it's a way for you to post and to actually um, getting other people input. And I think that that input is valid for any person. I mean, this country was founded on raucous and rowdy debates when we started our country. I mean, and we didn't all get together and say, "Hey, yeah, we're all good to go. We're happy." You know, no, there was debate on many of issues. And this is what, especially nowadays, we have to actually kind of come to do. I will say this, with Gabbers, and this is not just for Gabbers. This is for the mainstream media and social media. Um, the American people decided we put Trump in office. Okay. Now, for those of you who feel that we got Trump in office and all is going to be better, I disagree. And because of that disagree is because one man cannot fix everything. He cannot do it all by himself. We need to actively participate, and we need to actually get involved in our political process. We need to start ground roots from the state and local levels. We need to start paying attention to elections federal level, on the federal level. We need to start paying attention to what's going on around us and how it ultimately affect our lives, um, and base our decision based off that. I mean, with that, we can actually make an educated decision, and we can actually start making a change on ourselves. Um, with this being said, there are a lot of topics that that have came into play, and in for example, we've got people who think that Trump, like I said, Trump's got all the answers. Well, no. The reason why is because the fact is that we've got to help in this process. We have got to start, like I said, trying to make an impact on our local level. I don't believe that that we are participating enough in our federal, state, and local politics, and i.e., we've got people in there in Congress that they've been there all their life. I mean, Ginsburg on the Supreme Court, you know, that comes a time that you know what, you're just not capable of serving anymore. I mean, you're not. You just can't think clearly. I mean, we got Alzheimer's, and I don't wish that on anybody. I do not wish old age or anything like this on anybody, but we have to come to the realization. I mean, even at some point, you can't even get a driver's license because of your age, because you can't function. you know, uh, and that's like, and that's kind of like talking. Well, you can't drive no more. Well, damn. If you can't drive, you damn sure should be making decisions on the level that they have to be making. I mean, um, you need to really actually get a life and consider what um, what else you can do in your life. I mean, you're not Supreme Court material. You're not. You really are not. um, and you don't really need to be making decisions now for anybody else. Uh, the the issue of term limits, I agree with, because the fact is that, like I said, one is the age limit, but also to the more years that you serve in these offices, the more likely you are to take more interest in special interests, I guess I should say. If you don't have to go on if you got your campaign funded by special interest, and you don't have to ask, grab donations or get donations from the public, or you're not out there campaigning, you're not out there going through the process because you've already got your money wrapped up, and you can make certain high spots, you know, of your state, and guarantee you get guaranteed amount of votes. Um, that's really not the political process, because the fact is that this the people is not are not being represented. The people, you never um, you've never actually addressed all the people, or your constituents, um, and their needs get pushed aside, because the fact is that who do you think they're going to push? Which agenda you're going to push? Um, you're going to push the people to put up the money to put you in office, special interest. Um, and that's where I think starts the um, start for voter fraud, maybe with voter fraud, or maybe it just all the people. I've been a strong proponent, and I brought up this point. I mean, okay, you've got a felon who's been hadn't got no trouble, made a mistake. He's not a lifelong criminal. He made a mistake. He's got one strike against him, you know, and he's been clean for 10 years and he ain't got no trouble. Done finish his probation, done finish his time served, and he's back out, you know, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult for them to actually make an honest living, because first of all, well, obviously they can't be hired really by a good company, or one that pays a lot. Um, they're kind of subject to you know, well, demonstration, but then they don't want to. No one wants to hire a felon. So there you go. You know, you're behind an eight ball starting out of the gate. And then number two is you can't vote. You know, you can't go down there and vote your opinion. You can't vote it because the fact is you're ex felon. I mean, so you can't. So that's how many felons in the United States do we have that are unable to vote? And just ask yourself, in a close election like we did, well, um, you say potato, I say potato, but um, how many of those people, felons, would have voted for Hillary? We don't know. How many would have voted for Trump? We don't know, because we never actually got a full representation, or a true um, voting. I guess what I'm trying to say is a true voting representation of the United States, because we don't allow some to vote um, that are citizens, and that citizenship never was taken away from them. They are, like I said, not counted. They're not even counted as a citizen anymore. They're counted as um, just people who just eat food, whatever, contribute to the society. Though they pay their taxes, they pay their local taxes, state taxes. They pay their way, but they don't get to reap the reward of being a citizen. It's taken away from them. So with you being taken away of your system, or if you're taken away from being able to be a citizen, you never actually get um, uh, a true representation of the country, like I said. And then plus also there's also other barriers involved there too, where you've got individuals that, like these felons, I mean, they're really not considered citizens anymore, and that's a damn shame, because um, we have a little illegal system in well, we got illegal aliens here who are not paying their taxes, who are not contributing per se to society as a whole. And now, what I mean by they do contribute to the economy, because they got to buy groceries, they got to buy, you know, gas, you know, things of this nature. They have to go and buy. But as far as participating in the society, they don't get they shouldn't be able to. because they're not legal. But then again, on the flip side of the coin, you've got a felon who's legal, his rights are taken away from him. So why shouldn't illegal be treated better than or given more opportunities than a veteran um, who who's paid us that to society? Um, this I don't get. Plus, the issue is a hot topic as always. They can't own a weapon. So my my thought on that is the fact is that then they want to say, well, you can't own a weapon if you're a violent criminal, things of this nature. And I don't know. That's kind of splitting hairs. Um, if you're going to regulate who can have a weapon and who cannot, when do we draw the line? Well, we draw the line at a felon. Well, okay, so let's take, which is a lot of times what happens. This guy committed a felony. He couldn't protect himself. This guy over here is a felon, but he's got a gun illegally, and he shoots the guy that don't have a gun. I mean, we violated his civil rights by not allowing him to have a gun? Um, I don't know. That's one of those questions that you got to ask yourself. We as a society need to make some decisions, but it needs to be. Um, we need to look at our laws, and what is really gets me is the fact is we make a law, and then the law, we don't enforce the law. So 15, 20 years later, we make the same damn law. We just call it something different. we gotta explain why we made the other law. And now it's just we got laws that say the same thing as other laws, and it's not really important what the law says at that point. But the fact is that what, we don't enforce them, and that's the issue. We need to start enforcing. We need to start enforcing um, the laws that we have on the books. Um, this would serve many. This would serve a lot of individuals who know the law one way, and make it damn sure a lot easier to go to court, wouldn't it? I mean, I mean, um, we do have the opportunity to change those laws, and we need to look at each individual law and look at it on its merit. There are a lot of places in the law where there is ambiguity, where one person reads it one way and the other person reads it the other way, and that all should be determined before we make it a law, so it's perfect. One involved, what the law is, and um, there's no exceptions to the rules. There's no, this is what the law says. This is what we're going to go through, and this is what we're going to do. So I challenge people on that aspect. I challenge individuals to come up with ways to change laws. I challenge people to come up with ways to make the laws stick. And I also challenge legal authorities. I challenge lawyers who really, none of us really, I don't know of anybody that really trusts a lawyer 110%. I mean, but that's their job. They get paid to do that. And hey, that's what their job entails, and get you off, I mean, I don't know. Hell, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, I guess. But that's the law. That's what we have set up right now. And with us being set up that way, we are. Now, another subject is fact is that I'm going to go there. I kind of took a break here, but anyway, I kind of thought about something too. Is that I think another thing we need to do is we need to really take a look at our judicial system. And a lot of people are saying, you're getting this view from, from the Ninth Circuit course, um, and Circuit Court. I'm sorry, and um, really not, because if I took a lot of weight in what they were doing and what they have decided, um, I would come down to say I don't get this, because I don't get how a judge in Seattle can shut down the entire United States. I mean, they came out with a um, stoppage of an issue which is a law. It is in every right um, um, from anyone to understand. The president has that right, and it has been used. Uh, it has been used in the past. I mean, every immigrant that has come to America in one shape, form, or fashion, they had to pass certain credentials to be an American citizen. Um, they had to test. Their background was looked at, um, especially we just ignore Italians. The Italians, because of the mob situation, they were vetted a lot um, uh, when they came over. I mean, because of the problem we have with crime, and I don't see no difference in that. I mean, man, I'll touch you on the other subject in a minute, but I don't see the difference. And the next thing I don't understand is the fact is that now I looked this up the other day. I couldn't believe this, but a judge cannot be held accountable in any court for his behavior while he's on the bench. A judge can get away from with cussing you out. He can get away with anything, and that means commenting on the way you dress, commenting on the way you speak if you got an accent, um, commenting on everything that he notices about you that he doesn't agree with. That affects his decision. Yeah, because he puts you in a stereotype. Automatically, you become an individual to a stereotype, which means that you're not actually looked at as a human being. You're a stereotype. Or because someone else looks like you, then we know you do this. Or I knew a guy that looked like you and he did this. Judges are out of control. They are out of control. They need to be monitored more strictly. They need to actually um, be held accountable for the decisions they make. Um, they need to actually go by the law, and there should be, um, or has to be, someone who monitors um, their behavior and their decisions. And since there's not, I can't blame police officers, because the fact is that nowadays, and most, whenever you get arrested or something, they come up with everything in the book. I mean, you're not only going to be charged with one issue, you're going to be charged with three, four, five issues. And what the cops are doing is they're trying to get everything here to see what's sticks up against the wall. Because they know that a judge, they don't know, well, they know that certain judges are, can have different opinions. I'm not going to get him on this, so you know what? But he did this too, so we won't get him on. We will try to get him on every day thing uh, that that he's done or has done. Maybe, maybe not, but they got to go to court and prove it. And with that, you're kind of looking at the situation like, well, can you blame the cops for that? Because how many times does a cop arrest somebody on Monday and then they're back out on Friday, and the cop sees them back out on Friday and says, damn, didn't I just arrest you for that? You know? And so it's kind of a double-edged sword we live there with the cops. I will say there are cops who are frustrated. they're cops that are angry at the system, and then they take it out on the people they arrest. Plus, people just piss them off. Um, I can feel for them on that because the fact is, you know what, you can only do so much as a law officer, but you have to take a lot of crap, and it takes a special kind of person to take all that kind of crap that they're getting yelled at, screamed at, thrown bricks, start throwing bottles at you, all that crap right there, and they got to sit there and take it. You know, no matter what, you got to take it until you get the orders from higher up. So you're basically subject to orders. You can't really do anything until somebody else higher up makes a decision to go and do it. Can't even defend your own civil rights or your own rights until they say it's okay. Um, with that being said, it's like, you know, if I'm get arrested or I get questioned um, about um, if it was discrimination because I hit this guy, whatever, or doesn't even have to be just arresting someone. Um, do I really want to jeopardize my family and my way of life by starting um, a lawsuit on my police force or against us with me targeted in it? Because I'll be suspended. I started my job. Um, I'm afraid of end up being um, what may be happening to my, things like this. In other words, they're double questioning themselves. They're questioning their motive. They're questioning their moves. When I believe what's one reason why we've seen officers being killed more today in a line of duty is because they have to take that second and they have to think um, when their whole body and all the things that they're taking into input about this individual, and you know what's coming, but you stop and you think about all these things. What's that called? It's called hesitation. Once you hesitate, people will know better coming. You don't hesitate. If you hesitate, you're dead. Or your buddy's dead, or something bad's gonna happen. Um, which you know, environment causes a lot of things. Okay, environment causes um, different motives and um, different reactions from everybody. Um, and with that being said, you got to look at, the law is there. Are the police allowed to enforce it? And with that being said, no, they're not. For the reasons is that their hands are tied because you know what? They can be all the way in the right and do everything by the book. And a judge finds something or a lawyer finds something, throw it out on a technicality. That would be frustrating for me if I know I got a live bus or um, I've got a good case against this guy, or I have reason to believe that I've done a good job here. Um, there's no reason why he shouldn't be held. That this perpetrator couldn't be held accountable. Now, the next step of being a police officer, which I take, uh, I'm trying to totally be unbiased here. Is the fact is that, and I've come out on this on Gav a lot, but I've come out and state that once a protest, okay, goes from a protest to where people are breaking windows to where they're um, looting, hurting other people, baiting other individuals, innocent civilians, um, lighting fires in the middle of the street, crossing intersections. Um, that's no longer a protest. That is a riot. And a riot, there are certain rules and there's regulations what constitutes a riot and what doesn't. But it doesn't matter. Once they start breaking the law, then it's a riot. Um, and when that happens, I mean, yeah, I think that police officers should just go after, but they don't because you know what? The way it's going to look for our police department, it's going to way it's going to be on our officers. The way it looks. Wow, these people. I mean, take forever just to freaking make a decision. The incident in Berkeley, for example, the police warned them 9 times to disperse. 9 times over 1,000 people. It wasn't a question whether people could hear it, I mean, could hear it or not. It wasn't that kind of question. It was the fact is um, they did had to do it 9 times. Okay, 3 times that's enough for me. I mean, if I'm told 3 times to disperse, it had to be, and you know what, by the fourth time, I got to get the hell out of here. I'm in trouble. So basically, what happens is that person takes upon himself to break the law because the cops say, okay, you know what, we've had enough now. We've got a report of looting. We've got a report of people breaking windows, graffiti, all the things that come with a riot, and we're going to stop it now. I think the cops are being lenient. I mean, I wouldn't drive them 9 times. I mean, hell, 3 times was all I'd ask for. One, to speak they heard me. Number two, to make sure everybody's paying attention. And number three said we're coming in. You know, and that's what the cop said. If you continue to be here, we are going to use necessary force. That means if you want to run, we'll chase you down. If you want to squirm and try not to have the wrong, then we're gonna put a knee in your back. We're gonna hold you down there to be arrested. Basically, what the police officer said, you at this point are not going to cause harm to one of our police officers. You are not going to get away with it. Your protest is over. You're now a criminal, and you will be treated as such. Which I agree with. Once you become a criminal, I mean, you lose a lot of rights. And plus, these dumbasses that I don't figure it out is because the fact is that what are you going to do? You're out there protesting, okay? You're outnumbered. You may win a couple of battles here, scuffles with the cops or whatever, but eventually they got more people than you got, and they got better weapons. And they got so. What are you doing? I mean, what are you actually fighting against? Which ask these freaking millennials, they don't even know, and they don't know what they're freaking. Well, Trump. I hear this a lot, and well, it's Trump. Well, what about Trump? Well, he's a racist. Okay, Trump's a racist. How's he a racist? Fuck you. It's like you don't know the facts. Well, tell them to me. Tell it to me. You know what is it? We had this, and I hate saying, and I am. I'll tell you out loud. This Muslim chick on there saying we're violating your free speech. I'm violating your free speech. Well, first of all, you ain't even a damn citizen, so you don't have no rights, really. you know, um, I don't understand why people think that they're here. And how we become the melting pot of the world's most criminal or the world's or people who want to come in here and change the way of our life. They want to come in and change our values. They want to change our, and this girl's adamant about it. She was adamant that she had, no, you don't. And I welcome anybody's opinion on that because the fact is that it is what it is. If you're here illegally, you do not have any rights. You don't have habeas corpus. You don't have habeas corpus. You don't have any rights in our Constitution. Those rights were put into place to protect American citizens who are here legally. If you are taking in and you are a little illegal, then you want to be judged by your laws that you come from, then we'll ship your ass back. Or why are you here in the first place? Okay, why do I want to condone somebody's behavior or somebody's religion that looks to change mine, change the whole way of thinking, the whole way that we're being brought up, the whole way that we perceive our nation to be? What do we tell? Uh, what do we tell our kids? You know, um, I remember it used to be a big deal that we used to. When I was in school, the first thing we did every morning, we put our jackets down, put our lunches away, put our jackets down, get to our desk, and then we said the Pledge of Allegiance. That was every day, every day. No one sat down and taught you the Pledge of Allegiance. You learned it because everybody did it in the morning. You may miss a few words. Okay, I learned it in the morning, but we said it every morning, and we learned the Pledge of Allegiance. We had, we knew that God had something to do with our, our being here, you know, and I'll even go as far as, with AA goes, the higher power, I don't really care about if you're Baptist, you're Catholic, you're Methodist, whatever in the law. I don't care. Um, but I do have issue with the fact is if you're Muslim, okay, and or any religion, people are taking a bad rap because they're the ones that started all this shit. But any religion who comes here to change our way of life, collectively change our way of life. Um, Sharia law. Okay. Who says and where is it legal that somebody else can come in and start another um, type of government and judicial process that doesn't involve everybody? You can bet your ass if I went to Sharia law for something, they wouldn't even hear my damn case because I'm an infidel. I think the guys that start Sharia law ought to be held accountable and be arrested, you know, and thrown in jail for like all the heresy laws that we have. Could happen. Will it? I don't know. Probably not. But there will be. Um, there will be, and it's coming because here's the reason. Here's my background on this, and I talked to. I mean, the same background from a lot of guys that I hang with, and all my best friends that I hang with or whatever. The issue we can't get across, or we can't get the point across to the American people, is the fact is we've been there. We've seen this culture in their home country. We've seen what it can do. We've actually seen people that are actually have started out as interpreters on us, but have been radicalized during this process within a year of being serving over there. And we keep telling the American people it's coming. The pegs are already starting to put. I mean, the pieces of the puzzle are already starting to put together. If you don't really understand what I'm saying, is that when you look at where the Sharia law, or there is Sharia law, or if there is a group of Muslims who stay in one actual place or whatever. Okay, you're starting to see more and more of those pop up. And my point is the fact is that they are living their own culture within their culture. Okay, but it's breaking our law because they refuse to go by the laws that all of us are we have to adhere to. They are not held accountable. They're not held accountable because the fact is they have their own law, Sharia law. I believe in Sharia law that gets me off in court. I don't care. If I'm a Baptist, okay, and I go out to shoot somebody and I say, you know what? Well, because God told me to do it, they're going to put me in the crazy bin, but I'm going to jail. I'm going to do some time. So it's just a lame excuse. And they are smarter than what you think. They utilize, and in some cases, their kids and they know our Constitution better than we do. They know what, how, when they can get away with it, and what circumstances they need to provide to get away with whatever crime they want to commit. And all this time, they're living off of taxpayer money. Shit, we're allowing it to happen. We sit back And well, it ain't a big deal. And that's my point. It's not a big deal right now. Okay, it's not a big deal right now. Too many individuals, it's not a big deal right now. But the issue remains is that it's getting there. And if we're allowing it to happen, okay, and we continue allowing it to happen, they chip away like a rock, one piece at a time. You know, before long, all your damn rights are taken away, and you're like looking back, where the hell that come from? Slow and steady is the way they work their business. Because and everybody knows, once you become used to something in your neighborhood, once it's there and then you accept it, and then okay, well, you can get away with it for another month. Okay, somebody needs to do that, and that pisses me off so much when people say, "Oh, well, somebody needs to do something about that." Well, how damn you are somebody? You are that person. you know, you are that person. You're that person. Okay, that should be doing something. You are that guy. You are that guy. And my issue with that is the fact is that um we sit back and, like I said, sit back. Well, somebody ought to do something about that. I can't believe my Congress is letting this happen. God dang. Ask yourself one question. You don't complain about something. What have you done to fix it? I mean, have you notified somebody? I mean, have you notified, like in most cases, obviously you notified the governor, but it could be down to your city council. It could be any representative, anybody who's elected to represent you. They should be held accountable to us. We should be holding them accountable. Not some judiciary committee, not some kind of committee created by the government, not by, uh, not by special prosecutors. They should be held to us. They're breaking the law against us. I mean, so it's like, well, they're breaking the law for us. They're like breaking the law for against us, but we don't do nothing about it. If somebody's gonna beat you with a stick, don't say nothing to nobody. Well, pretty soon that somebody's gonna beat you with a club. I mean, you don't say that. It's just that simple. We do not take it. Literally, we do not take it. Well, we do. We just take it for granted that somebody's going to do something, but it's not going to happen because we. I don't mind them saying, whatever they've got to protest for, or that's your religion, or that's why you believe. Who is it me to change your ass or whatever? But I do have an issue when that movement starts threatening people's life, because this is exactly the way that Muslims, they're letting you know in their Quran. I challenge you to pick up your Quran. You'll be scared. Pick up a Quran and read a Quran. It'll scare the shit out of you. It will scare the shit out of you. It's the fact to tell you, we are going to kill you. If you do not believe in Muhammad, okay? If you don't believe Muhammad, we're going to kill you, okay? One of the other things is, they don't have to fight because you know what? We're going to come and breed with your women and all this crap. Well, the thing is that these people are letting you know, okay? They're letting you know in advance what their intentions are and what we, knowing this, okay, discriminate because we allow them to be able to say something, you know? Crap. I don't, I don't understand. Um, and this is a reach. I know this, but this is a reach. But I don't understand why that's not against the law in a public or whatever saying they're going to kill an entire race. They're going to kill an entire group of people because they don't believe as such as you do. It's documented. They're already doing it. I mean, you don't think they're showing all these freaking blow ups and all this kind of crap, whatever. And the percentage is most of them are not. Now, with that being said, you look at it this way, it's like I would be much concerned. I would be much more attentive, and I would believe more if the mullahs and the Muslim um, group of people, their theology, their holy people, whoever they may be, comes out and disowns this and comes out and says that this is wrong. That this is what Muslims not about. But that's rare. That's very rare. And the ones that do that, they're not held highly in the Muslim community. So they really don't have anybody coming out and stating as a Muslim, this is wrong. They still can't believe, they still can't understand the fact is that um, we have to look at the whole picture. Okay. And I'm saying the same thing that black folks have been saying. They're discriminating against black people for whatever reason. There has been discrimination against black people at some time or the other. It still goes on today. That's an issue that we've never been able to fix. And I think that that issue comes with time, and it's going to take time, more time than we probably have in our life. It's changed a lot since I was a kid till now. But I think that it just needs to keep evolving to the point to where it's not taught or it's not inherited. Discrimination is not something um, that's cool to do, um, and we learn it um, in a system that promotes um, knowing what is racism and what is not racism, and it's not cool to be racist. But with that being said, why aren't we treating the Muslim religion the same way that black people are being treated? Um, why aren't we doing and and actually putting the stigma on Muslims that we've already put on black people? Because the fact is, you know what? And it's rampant, okay, in the United States for white people to think and look at black killings, black killing white, blacks killing, and so they automatically think, okay, that's just, they're basing what they have read or what they see on the news or whatever, basing it on, okay, all black people are like this person that's appeared on TV. Well, no, not all black people condone going out and killing people. I would say the majority of black people would say no, I don't condone this. So why are we allowing someone to come in and say they're going to kill infidels? And black people, that includes you too, man. I mean, I don't know what majority, whatever, but um, most black people that I grew up around with, they're all Southern Baptists just like me. We go to the same damn church, you know. Um, we believe the same thing religiously, um, and somehow that line gets stopped at the end of the door where you get a church. Somewhere in the line, it stops for a lot of people. So why aren't we putting the same thing on Muslims? Why aren't we treating Muslims the same way that we treat black folks? Why are we content and it's allowable to treat black people this way because it's been something that it's a way of life. And we don't apply the same rules to a Muslim, even though we know, and everybody can attest this. As soon as something blows up here, something tragic happens here, some kind of act happens that kills American lives nowadays. Used to be okay. You think, well, black person, black person did that. It had to be a black person. You know, that's what everybody's mindset would be thinking. Now it's not. Now it's like, you know what, something blows up and shit like, yeah, you're said by black dudes that, you know what, but you know, and 90% of the time you would be correct. We're vetting them more to come in here. Okay, we've vetted for a long period of time. There are people from a lot of different religions, countries, whatever, that we vetted more. The Irish was one. Like I said, the Italians were one. Okay, we've done it. This is something that's not new. And the fact is that yeah, we want to know. Call me a dumbass, but yeah, I want to know. Okay, was your dad a serial killer? Did you blow up something in the past? Are you okay? Do you know the terrorists involved in your country? Yeah, I want to. I want to know these things, even if they let them in or not. I think I should have a right to know. Hey, I want something moving in next door to me. But you can make the decision. You know, will you stay or go? You know, that's the issue. But at least you're aware. Okay, at least you're aware. Instead of someone coming to the country, you're not aware. Same thing with a little any illegal alien. We want to know. We want to see a birth certificate. You know, we want to know if you've had any trouble with the law in your country. Um, have you, you know, what, you know, anything that would raise a red flag saying, you know what, you could possibly be a terrorist or you could possibly do damage to people in our society. You got a lot of illegals killing people, you know, and they've been deported and they come back in 5, 6, 7 times. It's a problem. We got to deal with it. All Trump is saying is this: is that we're going to stop for a minute. We're going to wrap our arms around this issue, and we're going to come out with a clear, unambiguous plan to deal with all immigrants coming in. One status, one way. No deviation. This is what you need to enter the United States and become a citizen. This is it for everybody. That's all we're asking for. That's all he's asking for. Let's take the time out before there's too many illegals in the country for us to contain before it gets out of control, before damage is done, before we lose lives. Because I get so tired of hearing people. I've said this before. Get so tired of people saying, "Well, you know what? It's the Muslims. Somebody ought to do something about that shit." The fucking person is you, man. That person is you. You should be able to get up and start understanding, do your research on the religion, on the people coming in, whatever you have to do to understand who is your neighbor, who your enemy is the best defense you can have. Know who your friends are in the community. Know about your community. Ask questions. I love Anon's saying. I don't agree with Anon all the time because I believe that it's just it's a culture that is based on anonymity, which to me that it's kind of I won't say this. I'll piss off Anon. Not to me. I think it's chicken shit. Go ahead and say. I think it's chicken shit. You got to hide behind a damn mask, man. What kind of man are you? You know, if you're doing something that you don't want to be identified with, you know, I'll stop freaking doing it. I mean, I would stop doing it because the fact is that you know what? If you got to wear a mask, that's kind of a coward's way out. And then plus also with data, you know, you're either accepted in or you're not accepted in, and you don't know the freaking rules. You know, you may be friends with one Anon, and the next thing you know, 18 gathered up against you, hacking your shit. I need that problem. Man. I say something to offend you. I mean, it'd be cool, you know, if you just say, oh, I disagree with you, or give me a point back to where you disagree with me. But if they disagree with you, man, they just freaking hack your computer. Um, so, I mean, it's that simple. I just freaking hack you and damn, you know, now you gotta go buy another damn computer. You go buy another computer, use your same damn username and shit, and they hack you again. You're like, oh, what happened? If you're a dumbass, that's why. You're a dumbass, that's why. Um, I don't understand the mentality um, of a lot of the immigration laws um, today. Today, we have too many um, questions, not enough answers. Um, we have laws that are ambiguous, and like I said, that's what Trump wants us to do: is come together and everyone understand the laws that pertain to immigrants, and you must follow these laws across the board. That's it. It makes it simple for everybody. It makes it simple for ICE. It makes it simple for Border Patrol. It makes it simple for everybody. It makes it simple for everybody involved. Um, that way, it's uh, it's kind of custom fitted. I mean, everybody doesn't have to go by the same law. All right. I read there was a poster that I read, and it gave an example of the guys, the people, immigrants when they would come to the country, and they it was just a broad statement, but it said, they come to America for a better life. They came to America because they wanted to be an American. They came to America because they wanted a better way of life. They wanted a better way of life for their kids, and they were proud to be Americans. And they were willing to work for the common goal, for not but also for the country and also for the society that we live in, we call America. Make it better. They wanted to make it better for their kids. They wanted to make life better for the grandkids. They wanted to make life better for them. But they didn't put themselves first. It was the fact is I can make a living here. I can actually do something here to make my living with my skills I have. Bare hands, you can dig a ditch. They didn't care as long as the family was taken care of and they knew they were American. They had accomplished something that they should be proud of. Now, immigrants come here to change our ways. They don't come here to be an American. Well, give it that. There's not an Afro American. There's not a Mexican American. There's not a Chinese American. There's not a Japanese American. There's not um, any kind of American. You are an American. That's it. You are required to actually benefit and contribute to society. You are actually required to participate in society, and you are held accountable for your actions in this society. And you are proud to be an American. If you take it upon yourself to burn the American flag, which everybody says that it's constitutional right, okay, you can burn the flag. All that says to me is, you know what, you're disrespecting a place and a country who has allowed you to get this far, let you get this far. I'm sorry if you haven't taken advantage of it. I'm sorry if you feel everybody's against you. That things haven't worked out for you very much. Maybe you need, maybe it's you need to change instead of America. Maybe it's you who needs to change to fit into a society. Maybe it's you who needs to fit in and ante up and kick in. Whether not that America needs to change just for you. No, we don't. We've been doing this shit over 200 years now. It works pretty good. It works pretty good. It's not like we just started this shit. Do we need to tweak it, refine it, make it better? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We need to make it better. But for all to identify that I'm an American citizen. If I don't, I go to jail. 2 years. Here, shit, we get freaking give them handouts and shit. You know, I don't understand why we give them benefits. Well, let's take it away from American family. A single mother raising 2 kids, and she can't get the benefits of an illegal alien getting ready to pop out another kid, and the state's going to pay for it. What does that mean? We pay for it. Everybody's talking about waste in this country, about how much $1 billion in debt we are, and $1 trillion. I'm sorry, $1 trillion in debt we are, and we are. In the matter of fact, we are allowing it all to happen, basically, and we are. By allowing it to happen, we're actually helping fund them and helping fund Mexico. I don't know what percentage of money that they send home to support their own economy. I know it's probably a lot. I mean, but how much is enough? I mean, where do we draw the line? Is my question. Where do we draw the line? Where do we and we need somewhere and make it blanket across the board till where we are actually in charge of our own immigration. And plus, not that we pick and choose. We're not doing that. We're not picking and choosing. What we're doing is we're actually letting you know that this is what it takes to become American citizen. This is it. This is all you got to do. This is it. Follow these guidelines and you become an American citizen. Peace. And we shouldn't go out of our way to make it difficult. I mean, hell, you know, certain criteria needs to be met. And everybody's saying, well, what about the background checks? You can't buy a gun without a background check nowadays. For most jobs nowadays, they got to run a background check, or they'll run a credit report, something to look into your past. They look at your resume. Some companies actually even follow up on a resume. At least they call the context that you give. And if it doesn't come out with, if it doesn't come out with a passing grade, you don't go to work for that company. Why is America any different? Or excuse my language. Why are we different? Why? What makes us feel that we can change everybody for the better? I mean, feeling sorry for individual and feeling sorry for individuals who broke the law. I mean, what kind of precedence does it set? Do we, okay, well, we already do it to felons. Well, you committed a crime 15 years ago, so you can't even, so they take it. They don't call you illegal, but you are an illegal alien. You can't vote. You can't own a gun. You can't run for office. There's certain things you can't do. Okay. And you are a citizen of the United States. but that an illegal alien can come here without a background check, without a driver license of any kind, and we go and take his word. Um, what he's been doing in Mexico, what is what he did in Mexico, who his wife was. We just take all this shit for granted. Okay, you're telling the truth. I'm reminded of that movie Scarface with what's his name, Al Pacino. Yeah, played Scarface. Oh yeah, that shit. He was a murderer. And he got in from Little Havana. I, I'm I'm like, well, what makes that different? Um, that gives you an example of what um it could come to. Um, yeah, I've got a question. I should post a link to the screen. I don't know where the link is, man. I tell you the truth. Okay, let's see. Uh, I'm gonna try to find that, dude. You know what? I'm gonna try to find that, man. Um, yeah, let me try to find that link. If I can for you, bro. Yeah, let me just post this one up and see if this one will work. I don't know. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to get that link out. That's a damn good idea, guy. I don't know who did that, but anyway, it was. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. I'm gonna tell him thank you because I'm that kind of guy. Yeah, Yeah, I'm gonna ask him too. So I'm gonna try to find a link here. Um, if I could do it. I mean, I'm new to this guy, so I apologize to any for any um, difficulties you may have in seeing a site. I'm sorry. Like I said, maybe I should have done. I can hear it now. You should have done your damn checking before you got on here, you dumbass. And I know you're probably right. You're probably right. I'll say that. Um, went to went to Google here, and I'm like trying to see if I can get a oh, I know what I can do. Okay, hold on. Anyway, y'all made me lose my damn train of thought. Okay, so anyway, I guess maybe y'all figured out I can't type and choose. I can't type and do this shit one time. But I'm gonna get better, man. I promise you, I'm gonna get better. Um, but anyway, back to the subject at hand. See, I'm cool, man. I know all the latest. I know all the latest songs, man. I don't know how to do the Dougie though. I never learned how to do the Dougie. Does anybody know how to do the Dougie? Y'all can do the Dougie. Maybe y'all can send me a. Maybe y'all can show me a way to do the Dougie. I don't know how to do the Dougie. Um, but boy, I can cut a rug though. I can dance. Well, my wife says I can't, but hey, I'm pretty good at dancing, man. But going back to the illegal immigration situation, um, I I kind of I'm sorry, I just can't condone it. I mean, um, I can't fathom uh, someone coming here and thinking that they're going to get away with being here illegally and not thought about the chances of getting caught. Sooner or later you're going to get caught. That's like what they say with Southern crack, man. It's like that. Um, um, Sooner or later you're gonna get caught. Uh, hey, dude, thank you, man. I think I got it, man. I don't know. I probably won't get no listeners anyway, but it gives me a chance to talk, man. That's what I like. I like to get somebody's feedback. So give me a topic to piss y'all off. Um, I I just put it up on Gab. I hope somebody see it. I hope y'all see it. I don't. It should be up and available right now. If y'all guys have any problems, hit me on Gab. I am on Gab right now anyway, so hit me up on Gab. Um, I We were talking about illegal aliens and my view on that issue. I don't mean to be prejudiced. I really don't. Uh, but there is a way of looking at it, and I'm with Trump on this. We've got to find the common denominator that everyone's got to pass to become a citizen. Um, Especially in these times right now, we do need to put America first. I mean, especially when it comes to our security. Um, and we got to start paying attention to it. France got hit. Um, I got hit square in the ass because they weren't prepared for it. Um, and not surprised. They're taking years to plan that attack. And this goes back to the point I was telling you. Muslims are very patient. They will wait. They will notice everything. They will communicate with each other. Um, Small details, but it puts the whole piece of. It's like the all pieces of the puzzle coming together. Um, and that's with any good criminal or terrorist or whatever background you come from. But we have to realize as Americans that it is a threat, and they're not going to change it. I mean, we're not going to um, make it any better if we do not acknowledge we have a problem. Um, what was the first thing that, people say the first step to solving the problem is admitting that you have one, you know? And I believe in that. I mean, you've got to realize that there is a problem here, that um, we need to fix it, or at least need to address it. We need to come up with ways to actually uh, deter it uh, before it happens, before bad things happen. We're very quick to make a judgment after an issue happens, or after a terror attack happens, or after something happens. We're very quick to jump on it and find out the details and find out who these people are and whatever. And it takes a matter. Social media is probably quicker than that, but it doesn't take very much effort to look and see this guy's background. Once you get his name and some pertinent details, you can pretty much you can pretty much figure out who this guy was, what group he was from, just by doing research on your computer. While you hear his name, you can probably figure it out just as fast as mainstream media or whatever. So my question to that is that here's what I don't understand. This guy's on the watch list, okay? Um, and we put him on the watch list, and we don't know where in the hell he's at. But he's got to be on the watch list for some reason. And sorry, but being a dumbass, but you know what? You watch him. You keep an eye on their whereabouts. You keep an eye on where they're at. You keep an eye on who they associate with. You just keep track of them. That's all anybody's asking. Keep track of this. But that doesn't happen. I don't know. Um, I don't know where it came. The fact is that maybe there's too many for us to keep up with. Uh, well, that's scary as hell too. How many of them here? How many people on the watch list are being watched, and we don't know who they are? We identify pedophiles by their past criminal behavior. We identify online. We can rent pedophiles. I'm sure you can keep up on people too. I haven't, people who committed serious crimes. in your area too. Um, but I just use pedophiles as an example. We could pretty much go in and find. I think it costs a little bit of money, but I mean, like what, 20 bucks or something, to find out, get the list of pedophiles in your area. Why can't we do the same? Why can't we get? Uh, why can't we access who's on the watch list? That's discrimination. But revealing a pedophile who served his time, probably still on probation. Okay, we keep track of him by probation, all the necessary measures that we take now, but we don't do the same thing with people we have on the watch list. People at one time or another have gone in and said, you know what, or they have done something to put them on a watch list on an international level. Another thing too, this is about vetting because the fact is that hey, if some in Germany or France or some other country, we kind of want to know that. That would be one of the questions that we ask by vetting, by extreme vetting. Now, the extreme vetting process is who knows what it all entails, but we've got to start um, coming up with an option. This is where we come back into participation from the public. What would we like to see? What do we think that is fair? And over the line. Um, it's, I guess, a matter of opinion, but it's also a matter of what you believe. It's also a matter of what makes you feel comfortable. What all makes you feel comfortable, the most comfortable that we can get, that satisfy all the people. We're never going to do that. I mean, that's a dumb statement, but we're never going to do that. But why can't we come up with with an issue of what's good for the American people? And I'm not saying what's good for the American people on loan, but I'm saying right now we need to concentrate on America first. We have problems. We have bigger problems that can be solved by the American people. We can get together and voice our opinion, whichever it may be. Okay, that'll give an idea to all these career freaking politicians what we want and what we don't. A clear message to them, to where they got to be held accountable for their decisions in Congress. It should be based on what their constituents want. So if we can do that, we're part of the change. We're part of helping make the change. What does my mom used to say? Mom used to say, "Closed mouth never gets fed." Well, nobody knows your opinion, okay, unless you voice it. No one knows where you stand on issues if you never tell them. We've gotten into the area of political correctness to where the fact is I don't know um, where it's going to stop. I mean, um, when do we actually start acting on issues in our country? Or are we just going to step back and accept the status quo? Um, I don't know. Uh, I really don't know. I know that um, we did. Silent majority came in and played that electing Trump. Now, with that Trump being elected, that pissed a lot of people off. Um, well, I don't remember when Obama got elected, all this crap that went on. I mean, all these protests and all that shit. Um, I don't um, recall uh, the major uh, social media Main Street of media that really went off the deep end on Trump. I mean, everybody was pretty much seemed like by the reaction, everybody was pretty good to go um, on the decision. Now, does that mean that we all agreed with it? That we all no, people that said that they didn't like um, the decision, of course, but you know, we accepted it. We we went with the flow, so to speak. And everybody gave them the benefit of the doubt, or most people tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, which is all you could ask. I mean, you know, give me a chance. Um, give us a reason to give us a reason to not like you, or but no, not really big feedback on Trump. I mean, there was no um, nothing like what was compared today that we hit today. Um, I I Hey, y'all. Hey, Anna, I'll work on that. Um, yeah, let me work on it. Like I said, I'm new. Any suggestions, let me know. But if it's cutting out, let me let me try it again, girl. And I'll see what I can come up with here. Like I said, if anybody got any tips too, I can do that too. Um, but I still am addressing the fact that Trump and all the chaos and confusion that it's caused. I mean, people were protesting, and he hadn't even took office yet. I mean, you know, so basically they were protesting shit that Obama done, and already protesting because Trump said he was going to change it. Well, I for one hand, I think that you got to let the guy do his job first. Okay, I mean, if nothing else says, let the guy do his job first. Um, let let the guy have a chance. I mean, let's not just jump to conclusions that this guy is going to do all kind of bad shit before he does it. I mean, plus the fact is that you got to realize too, he came in did exactly what he said he was going to do. This ain't no surprise. I mean, he came in and said that all these things that he's doing, he's going to do. Now, is he getting some some blowback because of something he said? Yeah, because I really think, and this is my honest opinion, I really think that the American people just assumed that he was just going to come into office and be like the rest of the presidents that we've had in the past. All talk, no do, talk about it, and just talk about it for 4 years, and nothing gets done. No decisions are made. Nothing. Blame it on Congress. They blame it on this. They blame it on that. I just honestly believe that the American people didn't take him serious. You know, he's serious. He's serious now. Okay, his actions are proving. Okay, um, everyone's disgruntled because of the fact of his picks, um, because who he's picking for certain jobs for certain posts. Um, well, people, we want to change. We want to change away from the Obama. I mean, of the political arena that we've been so accustomed to, and we were tired of it. We are tired of it. And voting for Trump made us realize, or made people wake up and realize we do have an opportunity to change shit here. Okay, good or bad, but we do have the opportunity to change stuff here. The issue is that Are we willing to go and help him do this? Are we willing to get involved? Are we willing to come out and say what we actually feel and get a consensus, a grassroots organization that believes the same thing we believe, and take it to the man? I say, Congress, let's take it to our state representatives, let's take it to whoever we got to take it to be heard. I say masses are grassroots because the fact is that everybody knows that the fact is that they listen to masses. They will listen to individuals who actually put forth a valid point and actually have a valid issue that can be addressed in an intelligent way to where they can actually come to the consensus where, you know what, this needs to be a law, or we need to strike down this law. Either way, if enough people start talking to them, they're going to start realizing that, hey, the American people, I got to listen to them. And that's what we need. We need for our elected officials, we need them to start realizing they're held accountable. That they are held accountable for not only the decisions they make, but the lack of decisions. Hey, Mark, what's going on, man? I don't know, man. I guess that's a good question. It takes a hen half a day and half to lay an egg. And how long does it take a grasshopper with wooden legs to eat all of its seeds out of a dill pickle? Shit, I don't know, man. I guess that's kind of my followers on. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think about that. But no, collectively in masses, we can make change. This was demonstrated by silent majority. There's a reason why they're called silent majority too, because the fact is they don't get up and stand on a pedestal and wear a vagina or wear signs or shit like that. They're just regular human beings like you and me who make up their mind intelligently. They don't need to make themselves out in the limelight or in the spotlight to be noticed. That's kind of like ego. Now, that's not silent majority. Silent majority is silent. It makes its own mind. It actually comes together and actually listens to another side of the argument. It looks at current events. It does its own. We do our own research. We do everything we need to do to make up our own decision, to make an educated decision for ourselves. Be whatever it may. This is why it's really important on Gab for us to actually discuss these issues. Because the fact is that John Salisbury, I'm sorry to call you out, man, if it's bad, I'm sorry, man. But anyway, he's one of the excellent examples. Him and we've had debates, and I mean, they're really not heated. Well, they're not heated, but they're just extenuated because we both want to make our points. But the guy makes me think. I mean, he puts forth some valid thoughts that I probably maybe have not thought about yet, or he can show me where um, there's information to where I can make up my own decision. He never gets angry with it, or he just um, points out, and he makes his points very well known, but he makes them intelligently. You can tell the guy's done his research. You can tell the guy knows what the hell he's talking about. And right or wrong or indifferent, you can't really disrespect that because the fact is, it's somebody who's taken the time to form their opinion. Okay, you want to listen to because the fact is, you know what, they have touched on some points that maybe you haven't to, yet you have as of yet. But you've also done another thing too, because the fact is you're listening to him, you give him a sounding board, but it's posted on Gap. So like-minded individuals will follow him, which is good. I really want more people to listen to him because the fact is, or follow him because the fact is he makes very good points. He can back it up. I caution you, don't come in here stupid. I mean, don't come in here, ask him a question. He's more than, but don't come in here stupid because he'll pin your ass to a wall. He's that smart. But he's also very passionate in what he believes in, and he's very passionate about what he posts. And he wants feedback. He wants to get the feedback because he wants to debate. Because the fact is, by debating, it gets it out there for the people to see. And that's what I wanted to attract. And that's what I'd like to have to attach or individuals that we can get together and agree to disagree. John and I, we disagree on some subjects, but then on a lot of stuff we agree. There was a lot of subjects that we've discussed that, you know what, we both thought we disagreed with each other, but at the end of the day, in the end of the conversation, we both learned something, and it really did have an impact on what our feelings are or how we believe. And that's good. I cherish the times that he's on that that I get to chat with him about a subject. Just to get his feelings, man. Because I know when I talk to him or when I chat with him, I know he's done his research, and I can't argue with that. You know, someone who's done that, I can't argue with that. All I can do is tip my hat to him and respect him for his opinion, and he's not afraid to back down from his opinion. He's not. He stands for what he believes, and I respect that any person, um, Gab or not, that can stand by their convictions and has done the research. You know what? I can tip my hat to you. I really do. And he gave me a shout out, whatever. And I hit him back, but yeah. Anybody gets a chance, man, check out John Salisbury. I don't know his name, and I probably shouldn't have said his name out loud, but he got pissed off at me. I'll probably hear about that. But that's the kind of people we need to track here on Gab. Um, Here on Gab, I believe a lot of individuals, including myself at times, you know, have really, and I have concerns about, you know, and this is all over Twitter too, as you have Doug gain a foothold, and it's starting to make an impact. Uh, People are finding things to run with it or downgrading it or not saying it's not viable. It's not a good platform. And to that I say, you know, I'm not going to go by the stipulation that it's a new company or whatever. And the reason why is because the fact is that if you put up a website, it entails a lot, and a lot of this that it entails is the fact is that you gotta know for startup for the first year, you're gonna have to have capital. Um, you can't merely base your platform on donations only and expect to operate on that level. You're going to have some kind of income coming from anywhere. Um, but the dilemma that A is in is the fact is that, and this is what I've been trying to tell everybody else about Twitter and about Facebook. Um, the issue that Gab has is it needs to generate revenue. Okay, well, Twitter does this. Twitter and Facebook have done this on different levels, but what Twitter has done is that they have advertisers and they get their operating capital from these corporations. There are the powers that be to give out money. The issue is the fact is that with that being said, Twitter basically sold out because the fact is when that happens, they rely on that income from other sources. Then they are held, okay, accountable to the content that they actually produce. The corporations, the people who um, provide this revenue, they also want to have some kind of control over it because they don't want to attach their name to something that's really controversial, that's really could be screwed to where the corporations could be boycotted or held accountable or things of this nature. They look at Twitter as a advertisement tool, and they don't want any backlash. The issue with that is that they have certain input with Twitter. I mean, break it down. Okay, I'm gonna contribute $1 million to you for your website, but you can only allow these things to be said, or we disapprove of these things being said. If these things are said on your computer, we're going to pull the funding. That's what it all basically comes down to. Facebook and Twitter, they have rules up there. I mean, you can go through and you can look at these rules. The issue that people who are pissed off about is the ones who try to break those rules. that trying to push the envelope, trying to see how much they can get away with on Twitter. And then when they get banned, they get it's like a badge of honor because you know what, I beat Twitter. You know, they banned me. Yay, beat Twitter. Well, to me, it's like I want to have all access to all social media. Um, and let me tell you why. It's because the fact is that I am I'm an avid. I keep up with the news, and I actually here in the Wolf Den, I actually have maps. I actually have whiteboards. I have I have the capability to get on Broadcastify. I listen to the incoming audio from EMS, fire, and also police in that area. Um, and I also take a lot of credence in live streams where people are actually there showing what's going on, and I don't have to rely on mainstream media. The reason why Twitter fits into that is because the fact is that they have trends, and I can see where that area is trending, and I can go to that site. I really don't give a shit what everybody's saying or whatever. I really don't, but I utilize it for live streams because I can get people that are live on Twitter, um, via YouTube or some other aspect, but I can go there and get live feeds that I can actually keep up with the movements and the targeting and where everything's going in this news story. A lot of times, and this is rare for Gab, and I hope that they change it, but uh, the live streaming is not picked up here, especially from social events or whatever, um, and it's difficult for someone on Gab um, to get information on where to go on live streams. I've noticed this. So what I've normally try to do is when something's happened, I call it opening a talk point, which is the tactical operations center. But I go into mode. I get everything up and running to where I can start getting feedback. Um, I start keeping up with events, and I start seeing if there's a pattern. I start seeing where it's happening. Well, um, and getting as much detail as I can. And one thing that I do here on Gab is that I always confirm it. I have at least two credible sources before I post anything. Um, I normally post contacts in the area, hospitals these individuals being brought to. I post shelter areas. I post phone numbers they can contact from the sheriff's department to get information about their loved ones. I basically try to post information that will help the individuals that are in that area and or the individuals who may be outside that area but are concerned about the loved ones in that area of conflict or whatever it is. So I try to post current events on here on Gab, and give you guys the link, and then you can make your own decision. But I try to get as much information out there as I can. Like I said, for those reasons. I'm a very avid person. This comes from my military days. I am really an avid uh, person on um, getting things live, things that are happening. I really want to hear the communications on the ground. And that Broadcastify, I'm kind of plugging it. I ain't getting paid no money, guys. I don't get paid no money to do this shit. But I am uh, very avid on listening and getting your details so I can actually make sense of it myself. But I try to, like I did when I was in the army, I try to paint I try to paint a picture, and then I start trying to see what's going to happen next, what possibly could happen next. I'm kind of like uh, I guess when I was in the army, I was a dog sergeant. So um, I had to react to a lot of things that were what was ongoing, and getting the communications out of it. However, the fact is, the whole time, um, our staff we were tasked with trying to figure out, what could happen now. What's the worst things? Trying to think ahead, and that's what I try to do on that. I try to get the information out to you guys as quick as possible that I can. I do confirm everything, but anytime if you have any questions about what's going on, hit me up. If I don't know, I have the tools and I have the area. I mean, I have the tools and I have some people that I can call. I've got some things that I can implement to get to the nitty gritty of what's going on. and how serious it is. Um, basically keeping everybody up to date. Um, and then what I state whenever it's my opinion. Um, I stayed in there. Um, what if this is unconfirmed? I'll let you know. This is my thought. This is what I'm thinking. And then, I'm always asking for what does everybody think? And um, that provides me a lot. And plus, it also is great to whenever I get somebody on Gap that is actually currently there, looking at the local news. That's another avenue that I suggest that you utilize. Is find the local news station in that area. They may have things live going on right then that MSM haven't picked up on, and you know, social media is pretty aware. I mean, there's always when something happens, I can actually quote this to you, and I'm utilizing Twitter basically, but I'm also utilizing Broadcastify. Anyway, out of Broadcastify, you go on YouTube live. A lot of time they have live events there. Local news. Usually, when an incident happens, I've timed this. It takes up to 45 minutes to an hour before MSN jumps on it. Okay, or considers it worthy of news. Um, that's censorship right there. Determining what we need to see and what we don't need to see. But um, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour. In an hour, a lot can happen. In an hour, you can actually find out a lot of information if you do a little, just do a little clicking and know where to look. Um, I oftentimes just Google the name of the city and the state, and I always go to the sheriff's department or local police or whatever. You don't really gain nothing out of it. Police don't really put out that much. They may put out a warning, or they may but then updates come whenever you get the news conferences. So it's really not that big of a input type of environment with the sheriff's department or police department or any other state run uh, news outlet. You don't get the news as they pick and choose what they're going to give you. And sometimes it's necessary. I do believe that I don't want the if I'm a SWAT member or I'm an officer, I don't really want a helicopter up there showing this guy in there that's causing all this shit to be able to watch TV and tell what what the police are doing outside. Be it as it may, there's a lot of formations, a lot of things can happen that you can determine from a police officer or the way the police react, how they're gonna hit you, how they're gonna come in, what tactics they're using. Just gives you an opportunity to defend against those tactics. Um, that's why I don't really promote mainstream media showing shit. Too much shit on their cameras or their freaking helicopters. But you can get the information in other places, other sources, like I mentioned before. There's a member here. Her name is Gracie on Gab, and I promised her that whenever there is a news, something happening in the news, and her point was great because um, she was asking her question was, well, where else do I go to find the news? You know, um, and basically she was talking about live events or whatever. But where else can I during the day? I assume that she's like everybody else. You get home from work or whatever. I don't know what her situation is, but anyway, you want to know what's going on in the world. I mean, but you want it from a reliable source, and you don't want it tainted in any way. You just really want to know what's really going on, and then you can make your own decision. I really challenge everybody to let's try to start making a change in that, and keep current on what's happening. That way, there's no surprises. But speaking of Gracie, I did let her know that I was going to let her know some other. So when I get online, I'm going to post where I'm getting the information so she can follow along. And hell, who knows, man? She might become a source or whatever after a while. And that's another thing too about Gap. I mean, this can become a platform to where we pass on much needed information. not only to ourselves, just to our own um, knowledge, but also we can pass on things that we can post uh, the current situation, current places where they can find where you can find your loved ones, the current situation on the ground, what's happening, letting people know which area to involve to avoid, which places are not good to be right now. For those individuals who are affected or are impacted by the incident, or have loved ones that are um, involved in the incident, or if you just don't know um, if they're in the incident or not, but you just want to check. Um, if we could get Gab up to that level, we could actually use it in addition to Main Street Media and the other social media networks. That would be awesome. That would be very awesome for Gab, to wherever there is a situation going on. You could always rely on Gab to go and get the update information. But that, like I said, it all requires participation. It requires participation from all of us to do some research out there. And but please, guys, do this. If you're gonna if you're gonna post something, um, please have it confirmed. Too many times we get fake news coming across or whatever, and there are people out there that just start fake news. Um, this is rampant. So you want to make sure that you're actually reporting information that has been confirmed by at least two good, credible sources, um, and that there is a um, true reason for you posting it. What is it telling everybody? What's really going on? And that would be very helpful for a lot of individuals. Um, like I said, I do not condone or I don't just rely on just one source. Like I said, I rely on a lot of sources um, to find that information out. And to get confirmation, sometimes you have to go to different places, whatever, and see if they're reporting the same thing. Um, that within itself is a tool you can use, and especially here where I'm at, hurricanes. We have hurricanes here. I'm in Southeast Texas, and we're affected by hurricanes. See, the difference with a hurricane is hurricane, you know it's coming, or you should know it's coming, or there's a possibility you're going to be in the path. But with tornadoes, it's very difficult to predict, um, and they just hit. Um, it's very important to have an outlet because everybody knows one of the first things that go down is your cell phones. I mean, your cell phone is you're just gonna, the network's busy. I mean, that's just a given. I hope everybody knows that. I'm relying on social media to, as windows go down, and get my message out. People know if I need help, or if others around me need help, or I can actually contact through our website or our platform. If I could contact local police and let them know what my situation is, if I need help. And the other thing is you can use too. Now, I mean, a lot of people don't realize this, whatever, but CB radio, that is a great thing to have, like in your talk, or where you get your information from. In my talk, I like to have a CB radio on. I don't keep it on all the time, but as soon as something happens, man, I turn that something on, and I get to get current events. I ask questions on it, and I get current events. It's not like the old days of Brecker, and what's it, Burt Reynolds, all that shit, whatever. I don't remember what that name was, but anyway, it's not like that all the time. It's there is an emergency channel you can go to get information, um, and I suggest one of those crank radios because you're gonna run out of batteries. That's getting into prepper kind of shit, and I'm not really a prepper, but I do keep up with some of the stuff that I have in my house to make sure I got it, like a flashlight, and I got a generator, things of this nature. So I have all these things available to me, but I have hit up Gab and I will continue to check in and see where Gab goes. I mean, um, I'm not on the cusp, whatever. I think it's kind of fun to get on here. But you know, where it's getting old is very few people that are actually commenting, are following. But there's a lot of people muting and those kind of things or whatever. And, you know, with a mute button, hey, that's your prerogative, whatever. But I really don't use it because the fact is I want to hear different opinions. I want to hear from people that when I read, I necessarily don't agree with what they type. But then after talking to them a little bit, I'm like, oh, I see where you're coming from, or whatever. But anyway, we already covered that. But I'd like to see Gab become more popular. I would like to see it utilized to its full potential. I believe that it is a startup. I believe that it's going in the right direction right now, but they've hit a hiccup. And to get us over that hiccup, we have got to recognize the fact that we are responsible to making this platform what we want it. We are responsible for input to each other to develop a sense of community. And we haven't done that as well as we should have. I mean, we don't get people who post regularly, if I should say that. Post. I'm not saying they may be on here, but they don't post regularly. You know, we have people who are. It's tough to get people to follow you. It's tough to get a like. It's kind of, you know, but like I said, it's new and everybody is coming into this platform and they're kind of feeling it out and wanting to see what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. Like I said, you know, one of the things is speak freely, you know, and people are like, well, yeah, I want to speak freely. But then again, they don't realize that, hey, if I'm allowed to speak freely, there's other people allowed to speak freely too. And, you know, so, you know, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, can you take it, man? You know, if you dish it out, can you take it? You know, and that's not meant to cause World War III on Gab. It's just meant to, you know, just get some ideas out there. Let's get some people talking, people chatting, people actually, you know, contributing and getting out there and saying something. You know, that to me, that is one of the things we need to work on, and it will help Torba. I'm sorry, it'll help Torba out. Because it'll focus his attention, you know, on his users. I hope that he'll pay attention to what his users are saying. I hope that he will look into at least how he can make the platform better for the users, for folks like us. One of the things that really pissed me off about Gab is the fact is that I call them clippers, and somebody just goes on there and they post a clip. They don't say shit. They don't comment on shit. They don't say nothing. All they do is just go and post a clip, and it's kind of like saying, you know what, I said so. So it's that way. I said so, and it's like, damn, you know. You point a clip, I can look that damn clip up. I've probably already seen that clip 15 times today. You know, it's old. You know, it's freaking old. You know, get something else. I mean, make a personal statement, but, you know, talk up for yourself. I mean, crap. I mean, you don't have to just post. If you got to post a clip to get a point across, I just say it's like are you a freaking robot? I mean, you know, anybody can just post a clip. I mean, shit, that gives nobody no feedback, whatever, because we've already seen it before. It's like, post a clip, you read a clip, you post a clip. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Well, why don't you freaking say it? It's like these people are telling you, you know, what to think, you know, or how you think, because you don't have any input. They said it all. Well, hell yeah, maybe they said it all, but what do you think? I mean, let's get people to think again. Let's have people that want to have a conversation. let's get away from this crap about, you know what, I'm scared to post, or I'm gonna piss somebody off, or, you know, I got to be PC. Well, being PC and pissing people off, you know what? It's good or bad, or indifferent you think it is. It gets people involved, and it gets people to get to be themselves again and actually be able to voice their opinion to others that are in the room, to actually let, you know, put the PC down, and you know, political correctness shit, and put all this down. I'm gonna get my feelings hurt. You know, oh, he said boobies. You know, oh, I'm telling, he said boobies. You know, or, you know, just being a little whiny little bitch. I mean, come on, man, grow up. All right, grab a pair and join the conversation. Be yourself. Okay, don't try to be somebody that everybody, you think everybody wants you to be. Wow, be that person who wants to be able to say, I wish, you know what, I can't say it here in church, but I can say it on Gab. You know, I mean, there's certain things, you know, you don't do in church. I mean, you know, I found out it's pretty, you know, you don't bring a 6-pack of beer to church. You're frowned upon. Damn sure don't open one in church, because that'll get you all kind of shit. Then you go into hell. But yeah, I want to make Gab successful, and I want to see people participate. Um, it's a shame to me that to have this platform that we have here and the parameters that are put out there, it's a shame that we don't have um, more users. Um, it's a shame that the people here that are on Gab that promote speaking freely, um, promote making America great again, um, and want to utilize Gab. It's a shame that these people don't want to participate in making that happen. I mean, you may not like it, man, but you got to show up to life, to the world. You got to show up and participate. You know, you got to ante up and kick in. And this is just a platform. This is a website. I want this. I want this platform to be where you can go get questions answered. You know, if you want to rant your ass off. You know, go ahead. You know, not politically correct. Okay. And I also want to address gabbers, and also, I mean, I'm kind of noticing a trend here, and the trend that I'm noticing is um, every day the same people, okay, are on the popular column. Okay, it doesn't really matter how many how many uh, reposts you get. That really don't matter. It's just, it's out of control to where, you know what, it's a pick of the litter. I don't know how they determine. It should be on number of reposts you get, I guess. But it's not. We might as well call it spade a spade. It's not. Same people appear on the popular columns, and hey, it is what it is. I mean, it's not my website, but the fact is, I would like it to be elite free. I don't want. I don't want to have a celebrity or an actor um, on Gab and just there to get followers. Um, because I really don't care. I mean, I don't really care what they got to say, because all it is basically promoting, um, in one way or another, promoting an event, or their, you know, or their popularity or whatever, and they're not very good. You know, they don't ever talk back to you. So I mean, everybody's like, well, maybe they'll answer, maybe they'll see my shit. No, they don't give a shit. They got somebody doing that shit for them. Wake the fuck up. I mean, shit, they got somebody else doing that shit for them. You know, and I'm tired of the elitist atmosphere. Anyway, actors, you know what? Just because you can act, don't mean that you're a political expert. You know, you probably didn't even go to freaking college. Just because you can dunk a basketball, no, I don't really want to know what your political feelings are. Just get out there and dunk a damn basketball. We'll pay to see you play. We pay for these people to make it to get here. Meryl Streep, I'm sorry, but you know what? Your millions that you have in the bank right now was paid for by a bunch of American citizens. You ain't got no damn business telling us how you personally feel on live TV, especially at an awards center, at an award dinner, or whatever the hell it was. I ain't pay a shit. I don't give a shit about that anymore. I don't really give a shit for actors and actresses and all this kind of crap that, you know what, they put their freaking pants on just like me. I mean, you know, you can have your damn opinion, but if I am at work and if I'm at work and I get up on a darn box and I start screaming to a microphone or to one of the megaphones, I'm probably going to lose my job. But then again, next thing I know what's going to happen is, you know, I'm going to be asked, you know, what the fuck are you? You know, you know, you're using this platform. That's what they're doing. They're using their celebrity. They're using their popularity and their celebrity, okay, to change people's mind and or to think it's cool if you think like me. All right. Well, I don't know. You know, I don't want to be a celebrity. You know, I don't want to get pissed off. You know, if my damn latte ain't made just right, I don't want to get scorned whenever I drive up in a freaking pickup truck. I don't want that kind of damn um, hassle in my life. I really don't give. I really don't. I'm gonna be me, and that's who I'm gonna be. And you know what? I'm trying to get to be a better person. Um, because the fact is that um, everyone should strive to be that way. Everyone should go into each day and say, "I'll make myself better. I'm going to make myself a better person, and I'm going to." Um, Something screwed up here. I don't know what the hell screwed up here, but anyway, I'm stuck at this. But anyway, I'm talking my ass off, and I don't even know if y'all can hear me or not. But um, like I said, I don't really give a crap what other people say or you know what they're making me is or whatever. I mean, I want to be I want to contribute to society. I want to do my fair share to society. I want to um, be a law-abiding citizen. That hadn't been always been the case, but I want to be, and I strive to be. I strive to raise my family the way I was raised. I strive to be um, on the right side of things, in my view, based on my research and based on what I get um, back from it. So I guess maybe that I am an individual, and I'm proud of being an individual who is not afraid to speak his mind. Um, I'm not afraid to say what I think, um, and I'm not afraid to voice my opinion. And now I don't go out of my way, you know, to actually come in and voice my opinion in a negative way. I mean, I'm going to say what I need to say, and um, we'll go from there. I mean, I don't condone baiting someone. I don't condone. I'm just kind of a quiet guy. But if you ask me, but if you want, if you ask me ask me how I feel, then you're probably gonna get it. Um, and I think everybody should be that way. You know, if you want to know something about somebody, be prepared what they're going to say. Um, like I said, I don't believe in baiting. Um, I don't believe in trying to cause an argument. I don't believe in doing shit on purpose just to get a rise out of somebody. I don't fathom that. I don't get along with that. Um, but I'm going to go back here and I guess I'm going to kind of start this damn thing over again. I guess because I guess I ain't coming through. So I'll just sit there and bullshit and talk to y'all till I get tired. I guess maybe y'all. I'm gonna restart this damn thing over again. I don't know if y'all listen to me right now. Hell, ain't been nobody listening to me anyway. So I'm gonna go ahead and crank this thing back up again. And I'm gonna be online. Let's see, it's 8 o'clock now. Give me about 5 minutes. I'm gonna come back online. I'm gonna see if I can get somebody to actually get a hold on there and get somebody to chat with me. Hey, like I said, man, if you're gonna suit up, you got to show up too. So I'll be right back, guys. If you care, if you don't give a shit, well, I don't care either. Good day to y'all. I'll be right back. Okay, so what do we got here now? Okay, let's see. I think I'm still on. Yeah, I guess I'm still on. That's freaking outstanding, man. Well, I guess I'm back. I guess I'm back. Um, I don't know how I'm back. I guess I'm through Google now. I don't know, but shit, it's good. And I'm back on. I guess maybe I should get a damn uh, uh, website up here, a link for you guys. I guess I should. I think that's one right there. I don't know, but I think maybe we'll try this one. Let's try this one real quick. I think maybe I might get on there real quick on this one. Um, damn, I just lost every damn thing. Shit. I'm having fun. Okay, cool. I'm having fun. Okay, I think I stopped all that shit. We're gonna start her again. Okay, done. Okay, let's start up for OBS. Yeah, start my hip. Okay. Damn thing still up. Now preview. How do I know how? Preview. I don't know if that did anything or not. I don't know. Hmm. 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 Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go back to YouTube. Okay. Had a little interruption there, but hey, I don't think anybody of mine, ain't nobody listening anyway. But hey, got to start somewhere, on guys. You got to start somewhere, man. So let's try to get this all on in order here. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys another link. I don't know if this one's gonna work or not, but hell, I'm gonna try it. Let's see. Uh, I can talk. I can talk all damn night. You guys, you ought to know that. Maybe you ever hit me up on Gab before. Um, I can damn sure talk. You know, hell, I'll talk every night if you let me. Man, I guess you really don't really have a choice. You can just always mute me. I guess so. You know, so much crazy. Yeah. Well, crazy as I am, I don't think that I'm as crazy as what the hell's going on today. Decided to get online because the fact is, you know what? Uh, I'm kind of um, kind of the guy that actually kind of started this shit. You know, about um, you know, contributing, getting up off your ass. You know, I've heard that before, and I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, well, have I done my part? You know, if I actually lived up to what I want everybody else to do or ask everybody else to do. And the event I come up with is, or what I've come up with is, no, I haven't done that. Um, and I want to remedy that by coming online. And making sure that I participated as well as everybody else does. I mean, what I ask everybody to do is just get involved. Um, I am of the nature to where I want to do what I can do um, to get the word out or spread the word or um, support other gabbers. I think this is an excellent platform. I think that we need to make it what we want it to be. I mean, well, of course, with the authorization and everything of which is Torba. He'll never see this tweet. I mean, he'll never see this. He'll probably gaff it off, and that's okay. I'm not too worried about his opinion because right now we really don't get his opinion very much. We get status on Twitter. We get status on share. I mean, on Facebook, other means of social media from you know, and we get those tweets. You know how bad, you know how Twitter's falling, how Facebook's failing. Um, you know, um, letting us know what the competition is doing, and you know, I tend to be the other way. I mean, shit, it's kind of free advertising for Twitter and for Facebook. I mean, I don't. I'm on Gab. I don't care what Twitter's doing. I mean, is this an ultimate like fuck you to Twitter and Facebook, or is he out to what is he out to gain by downplaying these guys? You know, what information do I need to know from Gab? What Twitter and if I want to know shit, I can find that out myself. I don't go to Gab to find out what Twitter's doing because Twitter and Facebook damn sure don't give a damn what freaking Gab's doing. And a lot of mainstream media or a lot of social media don't even recognize Gab. I want to change that. I want to make Gab a platform to where people can actually come here and speak freely. it's not my fault, um, or Torba's fault if you decide to come on Gab and you don't participate. I mean, what I mean by it is you don't post nothing. Um, you rarely answer something, um, or you just here to gain followers, or whatever that case may be. I mean, doing anything but to participate in the discussion or actually participate in Gab as we know it here, it's not going to make the site any better. It's actually detrimental to the account, because the fact is that they may state that they've got all these followers, but um, the true fact of the matter is that unless these followers are participating, they really can't be included in those numbers. And if they're not participating, then they're not attracting other people to join the discussion. Um, in order to make this better, people have to participate. You actually have to be on Gab, and you have to state an opinion, state or take part in the debate, or um, actually get involved with Gab and get involved with the members of Gab. Um, get to know everybody. I mean, too often times we find I hear a lot of people. Well, I mute them because I don't like the way that. Okay, well, to me that's kind of a form of censorship. Well, I don't want to hear it, so I mute it. Well, maybe you need to hear it. Maybe you don't want to hear it, but maybe it's something you need to hear. To make you think, to make you come up with some kind of opinion on your own, what you believe it, how you believe it, and why you believe it, and have you researched it? Have you figured out what your stance on this particular subject is? And you have to also realize that with Speak Freely, I mean, you can say whatever the hell you want here, and that's great. But you also got to be prepared for people to go and answer back, in an intelligent way. You know, um, Too oftentimes here, and people here blame liberals for doing this or whatever. You know, if you don't agree with them or whatever, the comeback is their argument is "fuck you" or "you're a fascist, you're a racist." What else I've been called? I've been called a liberal too. I don't understand that one, but damn, you pretty much can take your pick. And at one time I've been called it whatever, and I kind of take it. I'm just laughing off because the fact that they don't fucking know me. You people don't know me. You're making a judgment on who I am based on something that I said, and that I believe in. You know, um, this is the reason why I don't particularly care for posting my picture here. Or having you guys watch me. Giving you something else to judge. I'm just here to have my opinions heard. I'm here to have my thoughts out, get my thoughts out. I'm here to actually be honest with you. I'm here to support Gab. I may say things bad about it, but this is the way I see it. Um, hey, and 10 people may disagree with what I say, but there's that one person that say, "Hey, you got a point," and that's what I want Gab to do. I want Gab to make you think. I want you to know when you come to Gab that there are people here, intelligent people, who have done research and feel strongly about what they feel, and let you know why they feel it, what facts they have to prove it, or what facts they have to believe. And this is not across the board. I mean, you may disagree with somebody today on one topic, but tomorrow you might be on the same different topic and both agree. This is where we have communication, to where we learn more about people, not just by what they look like, not what, but race, religion, whatever the hell. This offers a platform to where you can actually come in and you can actually speak your mind, speak freely, and if you're like me, speak freely, but I also want to have comments on that. Where am I wrong? Show me what am I missing? What do you think I'm missing? What do you think that's going wrong? And what have I done? Why am I flawed? Why is my opinion flawed? Because someone's opinion on a topic does not mean that they're a bad individual. It does not mean that they're a bad person. And it does not mean that they're part of a certain group. What it means is they have their own, um, they have their own thought process about that topic. You may disagree with somebody today, and like I said, tomorrow you may agree on another topic. I don't know of anybody out there in the world, even best friends. I mean, I've had buddies that, some of best friends that I served with, but we didn't agree on everything, you know. But I guess that was saying, because the fact is that we both were in the same kind of situation, and we needed each other, I guess. But we didn't agree on everything. So best friends, we don't agree on everything. And those topics, we know that I ain't gonna change his mind. He ain't gonna change mine. So we agree, disagree, said whatever. We joke about it, man. It's like, you know what, dude? There he goes. There goes your freaking president. There goes your damn, congressman. We joke about that shit. And it's worth having that conversation. It's worth knowing that person instead of judging them by one topic, or their belief, or what color they are, or whatever. It's worth listening to all individuals' perspective. And if used correctly, it can help you determine or help you get a broader picture of the life you live around you. What's around you? What is the general consensus of people around you? What do I need to pay attention to what do I need to pay attention to that affects the way I live, that affects how my thought process or my beliefs, or how, you know, is it going to affect my life? Do I really give a shit? Should I give a shit? Why don't I give a shit? And if you ask a normal person today, the fact is that most majority of the people are still on that mindset of being politically correct. Well, to me, being politically correct is not actually showing your true colors. It's not showing me who you really are. It's who people perceive that you are. And that's a shame, because the fact is that you need to, in a short period of time, you need to make an impression, of course, but don't base that first impression on somebody's opinion on a topic. I mean, there's more to a person than the way they feel about one topic. There's more to a person there's more to that person. There's other topics. There's other things that they do great. I mean, you're maybe disagreeing with this freaking person about a topic, and come to find out that some bitch may, he may be bringing flowers and candy to the nursing home, or he may be, you don't know who the hell you're actually dealing with. So basically, what you're doing is that you are putting this person by him stating what he believes in. You're putting this person in a group of people, and that might be okay, I guess, for you, but that's not for me. I don't do that. I don't want to be pegged in a group. I want to be different. I want to be known for being different. Again, everybody wants to have friends and be in a crowd. Well, I would like to be in a crowd that um, basically have my same beliefs, but they don't have to be in my, they don't have to be um, on my side about every um, topic or discussion or whatever the case may be. Um, I may just like them just because the fact is that, you know what, I just like them as a person. I just like, I just like you as a person. I don't really, I understand we don't see eye to eye on stuff, but then again, who does, on everything, and I think you should take a person for what he's worth, and I think you should find the good in people before you start looking for all the bad. Um, but that's just me. But back to Gab. Like I said, I do want to see it perform. I do want to see it perform good. I do want I do want a lot of individuals to offer feedback. Um, I want people to get involved to make this platform better. Um, Too often, many times, we take advantage of a platform that others have worked so hard to get up for us. Um, we forget um, we forget the main reason why we're here, and that's to keep up with social media. That's to keep up with things um, with going on in our real world. These things are um, topics of discussion. We have topics of discussion. We can just as well as everybody else. We can do. Um, we can do um, just like they do on the panels for CNN, Fox News, and all these people and everything. We can contribute just as well. I get so pissed off with CNN and Fox, and all these mainstream channels. I include them all in there. I get pissed off because the fact is that they have these panelists. And, it's like who? Literally ask who are these guys? Just because CNN says they're an expert on something, they may be commenting on political science and they got a degree in basket weaving from the University of I don't give a damn, or bumfuck Egypt. I don't know what qualifies them to be on CNN and telling me what they think. Why do I care? I don't know who you are. I know what the topic is. I've got my feeling on it. I don't need you to explain as a so-called expert what I should believe or what I should be acting like, or put me in a mold of everybody with social media. I don't care about their opinion. Um, but the thing about it is that I um, do take people from Gab seriously, because the fact is that, number one, um, they're regular people. They're not proclaimed to be experts. No one said that you're an expert in this field. You're just a regular person who may have information on a topic that others are not query to. And that's what I like to promote. I like to promote people who actually have done their homework and actually have an agenda. Actually have um, a, a, a thought. Okay. Oh, they actually have a thought by themselves, without people coming in and just saying what you should think, why you should think it, whatever. And then you call them an expert. I don't know. I don't know why I can't just, like, there's some people here on Gab, that I interact with that, hell, I think they should be an expert. I really do. But just because they don't fall into the parameters, I guess, of CNN and Fox, they never ask. But I'd love to see um, more of individuals like you and me appear on some of those shows. It'll never freaking happen, but I'm just saying I'd like to see it happen. You know what I want and want to get two different things. You know, but I do I do want to them to clarify, I guess, why are they at high? Why are they uh, a damn expert? You know, because I don't know. You tell me, guys. I mean, um, why are they an expert? Um, which I don't know. It probably just means that they're an expert because the fact is that they say so. Well, yeah. Um, I'm not a big believer in just because somebody says so that it's so. Um, I don't know. Anons have a great saying, you know. I mean, question everything, you know. And we should. I think that too many times people take life as status quo, and you're not supposed to ask these questions, you know, or whatever the hell may be. But um, from my standpoint, I mean, yeah, we should. We should ask these questions. We should be asking, um, why? How come? You know, well, that's the way we always do it. Well, that don't mean it's right. You know, because they've been doing this shit for, you know, the same way for many years, and it's just the way we do it. No, it's not. Why? It's not right. You know, just because you say so, it's not right. So you got to watch, you know, individuals like this, because our individual companies or our companies in general like this, that you should know they don't have any answer. And they got some Joe Smuckatelli on the phone, Joe Smuckatelli on the damn phone. I said, well, I don't know. We always done it this way. And now they want to give him $15 an hour. I think if you want to make $15 an hour, number one is you go somewhere where you can have the way to work up to $15 an hour. If you're working for minimum wage and you're working where you don't see anybody around you working for $15 an hour, then maybe you need to, while you're working, go find another job. That's what the whole premise of the whole damn thing is for you to gather experience through a job and work your way up. We don't, entitled people, millennials, we don't owe you shit. We don't owe you a damn thing. When you're 18, brother, you're an individual. You want to be treated like an individual. You have rights as an individual. You want to be heard. Good. Start acting like one. Move out of mama's house. Pay your own damn rent. Well, the big one is, here's the kicker one, is, hey, pay your own phone bills. How about that? That would be unheard of. Pay for you, because your mom still pays for my phone. How are you independent? How can you go out and protest about equal rights and whatever? You're not even contributing to society. Your mom and dad is, but you know what? You're not entitled because your dad is worked his ass off and now is getting ready to retire as a machinist. Okay, don't mean that you're going to be paid as much as a machinist does when you walk in off the freaking street. You get raises based on your performance, sometimes based on the time you've been there, because the employer always said, well, because they've been here for this long, they've got more experience and they do things that normal people can't do, that I just hire off the street, so they're worth it. If you want to be considered for a higher wage, okay, you have to earn it. You can't walk off the street and say, well, I want to make $15 an hour. Have you ever worked for? No, I ain't done a damn thing. Where do you live? I live with my mom, man. Yeah. I got to take off Tuesday because there's a big live concert that I want to go to. And yeah, I'd be uncool if I don't make it, man. With your freaking pants hanging down to your ass, and walking into an interview like that with a freaking big fuck you, on your shirt. Yeah, you're gonna get a job. Well, one job I'd fucking hire you for is just trash keeper, and that's not disrespecting trash workers, because if you look and do this research, trash individuals make a lot more damn money than you think. They make a damn good living off of it, and God help them, because the fact is they provide a service. So if you demand of an individual, a company to pay you something, you got to be worth something. You got to prove your worth. You got to be able to prove that you actually can do the job and not rely on others to do the job for you. I mean, where is that? Um, Not common sense, you know. Um, that's another thing too. Common sense. Whatever freaking happened to that? I mean, I don't understand it. I don't get it, and maybe I am totally whacked out of my head. But please tell me that we have a place, okay, that in our mindset that we can actually rely on common sense. I mean, are we just that out of touch with reality, to what makes sense? I mean, at a different level than, my dog's chasing the cat. Smoke, leave him alone. Um, are we that deprived as a nation to where we can't even apply the rule? We can't even apply the rule of common sense. I mean, look at some of our laws we have on the books, man. It's like, are you shitting me? you know, it's like, are you shitting me? In Texas, for example, you're still on the books that in the law, okay, take the law. You can still, okay, be hanged, okay, for stealing a horse, okay. Now, common sense tells us that that probably ain't gonna happen. Well, I'm sorry, but um, some of these judges we have, it could be held plausible that you could be hanged for a horse. Possibilities are slim, because we do use a mediocre part of our common sense. But the thing about it is that what? It's there, and some dumbass is too stupid to remove it. We think of ourselves as brilliant, and we think of ourselves as educated. We think of ourselves as uh, very intelligent because we went to school, okay, high school, well, college. I'm sorry, college. Well, have you seen some of the guys that come out of college? I don't know what the hell they teach them. They can't. They don't even know what the Constitution is. They have no idea. They don't have any idea. Common sense. They have nothing to contribute to society. They don't want to work, okay? Because they graduated college, they want to make six figures. Um, and why do they feel this way? I mean, who gave them? Who woke up one morning and said that you are entitled to this? Okay, no, you're guaranteed certain rights. That's it. What you do with them, that's up to you. Nobody owes you shit. I laugh at freaking people in high school and shit. It's like, what? They driving a truck their daddy's bought for them. It's all plushed out, shit. You got 35s, you got four-wheel drives, you got them all jacked up, everything. And they all look good on the outside and shit like that. Especially these kids that drive four-wheel drives and shit. But, if something breaks on that truck, they won't be able to fix it. But you can bet your ass on one thing. They're going to have a stereo system that can go boom, 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 that you can hear a mile away. That's cool. But they can't afford to get in college, so they need a scholarship or a Pell Grant, because the fact is that, you know what? Mom and daddy can't afford it no more because they're too busy supporting your ass while you live there, eating their groceries, okay, tying up their damn phone lines, and plus what the majority of their money's going for is your damn phone bill. You want a phone, by God? Hey, pay for it. If you can't pay for it, guess what? Go out there and get a string and 2 cups. Talk to your friends that way, or send smoke signals or some shit. You know, I ain't paying for it. I'm sorry, but my dad. I mean, y'all can say he was Hitler or whatever y'all want to say he was, but it was known in my house, man. You at 18, you're on your own. If you're gonna stay here, you're gonna pay rent. Everything you get to eat, you buying it. You gonna support your damn self. I ain't no damn spending money. You ain't getting shit. You don't get no damn allowance. You don't get shit. You're a grown ass man. I'm gonna treat you as such. Man, I did. I took heat on. I started working when I was a sophomore. When I hit 18, my daddy treated me like a man. And that was it. If I chose to drink beer, I want to drink a beer, I can drink a beer. I was held accountable for it. If I was 18, I went and I drank too much, I got arrested or whatever for whatever reason. Shit, get yourself out, bro. It's being treated like a man. And I don't think that many of these kids are being treated like men and women. And that's where they get it from, is from mom and dad. Because the fact is that mom and dad have to work to make ends meet today, to pay for your freaking your phone bill. Okay, they got to work to make sure you got everything that you want. All right, part-time job, kiss my ass. You ain't gonna do it. You won't know. You won't even go out and mow nobody's else grass for $20. Oh man, it's worth 40. I'm gonna go out there and I can do it whenever I want to do it. You want me to cut the back too? Oh damn. Shit. When I was a freshman, the only way I could get my gas money in an old damn car I had, Corolla, I think it was. No, the Maverick, Ford Maverick. Some bitches beat all the hell. The only way I get money, hell, I had to spend half my damn money fixing the damn thing up just so it would run. We get my damn speakers. Shit, I didn't have money for no speakers. Make sure that some bitch would run. How'd I get the money? Shit, I went to go. I couldn't get hired on in our small town. Nobody was hiring. So guess what? I took it on my own. I went out there and started trapping coons and possums and shit. Get $5, $10, $15 from some bitches. And when I was a sophomore, I went back. I went to work for the hospital, buffing floors. You can find a way to go to work. Bunch of dumbasses. You can find a place to go to work, or you can do something. If you go out there and put your feelers out, especially if you're from a big city or whatever, you can go find a damn piddly ass job to pay for your own damn cell phone. If you can't pay for your damn cell phone, you don't need to have one in the damn first place. It's like everything else. You need to learn a lesson. Like, damn right, guess what? I can't afford that. I can't afford that. And there ain't asking no mom and daddy for that shit neither. Because the fact is, you know what? Sooner or later, mom and daddy ain't gonna be able to afford that shit. Because why? They spend all their damn shit. I would give it rat's ass. I mean, I even do it today. I need some work done around my house. I'm getting old. I'm a disabled vet. Some things I can't do, some things I can do. But yeah, at church or at schoolhouse or whatever, you can always go find somebody. Hey man, you want to go? I need to get this done today. You want to come over and help me? I'll pay you X amount of dollars or whatever. Shit. In this country, I mean, this small town, you damn right they'd be over in a heartbeat. They'd be asking if our friends can go to work. And they do a damn good job too. So don't tell me you can't get a damn job doing something. But no, what it is, well, my mom never had to work. We was on the welfare. Yeah. When did the welfare become a way of life? Welfare was meant to get you over the hard times. Whenever you lost your job, you're unemployed, and guess what? You couldn't put food on the table. So they said, okay, you can go on welfare until you find another job or another way to support your living. Wasn't mean for a damn wasn't a job to be on welfare. I mean, you didn't get paid on that. I don't know why we haven't implemented it yet. I don't. I fail to understand why. But the fact is that you know what? If you're on welfare, you should be down working for the city or the state or something. Okay, and you have to do a minimum hours to get your paycheck. If you don't show up for work, you don't get paid for that day, or you don't get your welfare for that day. What do? Hell, pick up trash on the sidewalk. They can frickin' mow the parks you have in the area. They can make the town look better by picking up trash. They could go in and they could actually refurbish a building or tear down a building, an old building. State would compensate because the fact is they get paid too because the fact is they can sell the material. Use lumber, you can use pipes. The state can make a living off of that. And I'll be damned if you're gonna be on welfare. You can't pass a damn drug test. Explain to me that like I'm a 3 year old. If you are working, I mean, if you are on welfare, okay, there are certain laws that you have to maintain. Number one, you can't work, okay, because you're on the welfare, okay. And if you do go to work, okay, then if you don't requirement necessary in the United States, I think that's like $18,000, and you're considered to be in debt. And then you add on the kids that they have, and then they get paid more by welfare, if I understand it correctly. But if you make less than that at your job, then you get to be subsidized by welfare. In other words, you get to go to work, and the missing money there comes from welfare. It's not a full welfare check if you're working until you can actually make up the difference and get a raise at your job or get a better job or something like that along in the progression. But it doesn't seem to me that no one ever wants to progress and get a real job nowadays. No one takes pride in working. No one takes pride in doing a good job anymore. They want to do the least amount necessary they have to just have a bad attitude at work. Just don't want to freaking be there. Instead of looking at it another way, it's like, damn, I'm glad I got a job. I'm just glad I got a job. I can pay my damn bills. But they won't do it half-assed, and they don't want to show up to work. Got a bad attitude when they do. Can't get nothing out of them. You ask them to do something, they're like, oh shit. It's like you don't ask them to freaking move a mountain or something, or some excuse why they can't. Because they want a free way of living. They don't want to have to work, but they want to get paid. Kids that are graduating college today, and you can't find a damn job. Well, why can't you find a job? Well, I can't find a job because I'm worth more than that. My education, I'm worth more than that. Just because you went to college don't mean you're entitled to a six-figure job. You got to start at the bottom. The 4 years you spent in college has prepared you mentally and physically and intelligently to do a damn job, to do the job you're applying for. And you're not going to start off at the top. You're going to have to work your ass up like everybody else did. And you're going to have to prove yourself. And you should have to prove yourself, okay, not only what you produce, but also by your attitude, by your demeanor, how you carry out your job. If you deal with the public, how you treat the public. If you don't, how do you treat your bosses? How do you treat everybody that works around you? Are you liked? Are you disliked? Do you cause problems at work? A lot of those things go into the factor when they determine if you're going to get a raise or not. Kids now, they say, well, I got to sell out from being who I am. And now you just got to contribute to a society, and there's certain rules in a society. It's been known. I mean, it ain't new. Every society that we found that's ever been created, okay, has a set of laws that go by. Okay, I got 4 German Shepherds at my house. I got 1 smoke. Okay, it's even on a primal level. Okay, smoke determines what you can and what you can't do. Okay, if you're doing something stupid, he knows your name. He'll bite your ass, or he'll fight you. But the fact is he's got 3 females, and he's the king of the people. Hey, he's king of the pack, and rightly so. Until another damn dog comes around that's bigger than him, and you know what? Guess what? Then he sets the rules. But you're not entitled to shit. Okay. Earn what you get. Earn what you get. Okay. Earn what you're worth. Okay. And yes, if for example, you know, if you don't feel like that you are being paid properly, or you don't feel like that you are getting the best end of the deal, okay, well, you got options there too. Find another job. Find somebody who thinks that your work is worthy of that job, or ask for a raise. Ain't no problem. Ain't no problems asking for a raise, man. Ain't no issue. If you deserve it, be prepared to say no. And then if they say no, be prepared to act on it. You know what? I found a better job. Found a better job. Okay. Going to a better job. I get paid more money. I get to buy a car now. Or I get to buy my wife something. Or I get to do something else. You know? Be the master of your own freaking fate. And nothing is, just do not assume that everything is yours because you're entitled to it just because you suit up and show up. No, if you're going to do a job, you're going to have to do it. Over the years, you're going to get better at it. Over the years, you may learn a new trade. Over the years, you might be able to do 2 things instead of once and be worth more money. All right, well, I've harped a lot and I can on the damn job situation, I guess. But let me put this in there. These some bitches ain't got no time to go find a job. But they can damn sure protest their ass off, can't they? Huh? They can damn sure protest their ass off. I laughed one of my buddies. I think it was on Gab. Somebody actually posted, you know what? The reason why Republicans, conservatives don't freaking protests all hours of the night is because they got a job to go to. I'm like, you know what? That's true. I can't be hanging out here all night. I got to go to work in the morning. Yeah. It's time for all that damn nonsense. I got to get up and go to work. But hell, that's just me. That's part of my life that I've had to live. I've had to work for everything I've got. Very rarely did I get shit handed to me. I liked it that way because I could actually go in and I could say, you know, I earned this. I can look back over my life and I can see where I'm at right now, and I've earned it. Everybody earns it a different way. But my way was a certain military. Shit, I was getting ready to do another tour, man. I was ready to go, but docs didn't believe that, so I got hung up and couldn't be deployed again. But that's just me. I think that additionally that I really like it to see it required that um all of our youth um maintain or have to or required to go and do some kind of military service. A couple years, 2 years. The reason why I state that, the reason why I believe that now is because the fact is that these kids got to learn how to act in society. Um, Too often times these kids, the reason why they can't advance, they can't find jobs or whatever, they don't know how to act um, in public. I mean, or around society. You know, they expect the world to change to them instead of them changing to the way the world actually works. Um, you know, I've made this um, you know, pretty rare is that um, you can't go to church with a 6-pack of beer, you know, and be treated like a Christian, you know. um, Somebody's going to talk to you, so you just can't bring us. It's not, um, you know, it's not cool to bring a beer to church. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever, you know. But then the thing is that um, how do you really act um, in in public? Well, you learn that from your parents, you learn that from society, you learn that from your community. You look and learn. You watch successful people how they carry themselves, you know, and aspire to be somebody that you can be proud of and your parents can be proud of. But you're basically that you're proud of yourself, you know. Um, if you don't know how to act, and this is the thing I have with professional sports, is the fact is that all these professional sport players get in trouble, you know, for I don't know, whatever you name it, they've been in trouble for or whatever. But they haven't they did no one's taught them how to handle that success. No one's actually taught them how to deal with life on life's terms. You figure I can dunk a basketball, man. I got it made. I can act any way I want to, do whatever I want to do, whatever. Same thing with the freaking actors. You know, I mean, shit. They're using their platform to get their point across. I think that's wrong. You know, I think that hey, because you're there to get a Grammy award, then you should give me awards. You don't have no place in commenting about politics. This ain't about politics. This is about Grammys. That's all this is about. This ain't. If you ain't got something to say about the Grammys, then shut the fuck up and say yeah. We don't want to be um, put through the ringer, I guess, about um, what your political opinion is. Okay. To me, all that does, Meryl Streep, I don't think I'll ever watch another freaking movie from her. I don't think it will. Because you know what I'm gonna be thinking about what she said and what her personal opinions are and shit like that. And I'm like, you know, and it's wrong of me because you know I judge somebody from what their opinions are or whatever, and I know that I speak out against that. But what I really want to get across is that she just turned my stomach because she used that venue, which is not a venue for politics. She used that venue, the Grammys, and she used it to get her own political um, ideas and theories in the open. If she wanted to do that, I mean, she can go on social media. She can say those same damn things. She can actually put up plenty of people, Meryl Streep live tonight or whatever, you know, and then she can actually voice her opinions there or whatever. Or she can appear on some, you know, credible news agency, I guess, and you know, she can voice her opinion there. That is the proper venue. And somebody asks you what you think, and you say it. Nobody asked her. Nobody gave a damn what you think about I don't care. You got a Grammy for whatever, and take it and run. Get out of here. It's not like somebody ain't gonna win it next year, you know. But it's time for the good guy to start winning, man. I mean, the guy, it's just funny to me. It's like, it's time for the good guy to start winning something, Um, my views on the protest. Well, my views on the protest are this: is that first of all, it no longer is a protest whenever whenever you start breaking windows, you start causing physical bodily harm, or you start lighting fires to a car, um, jumping up and down on a car, burning a police car, setting fire to the middle of the streets, blocking an intersection, generally causing havoc to anybody that you choose to. Um, that goes to a riot. And if you're involved in a riot, and I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Berkeley, they had been warned 9 times. I've gone over this a little bit too, but nobody was here listening, so I'm gonna bore it again. But they were warned 9 times about dispersing. They were told that they needed to disperse. If they didn't, that necessary force was going to be used to arrest them. And necessary force is actually whatever force that the cop deems that is necessary to apprehend his person. It doesn't include deadly force. It does not include, it doesn't, because the definition of deadly force is that force which is known or should be known to cause death or serious bodily harm. It is only used as a last resort when all lesser means have failed. That wasn't applied here, but they were told 9 times they needed to disperse, and the reason why they needed to disperse wasn't because they weren't allowed to voice their opinion or act out and exercise their constitutional right to protest, but it went from a protest to a riot. 9 times, okay? If you're told 9 times to disperse the area and you do not do so, at that point in time, you're breaking the law in itself. Your protest has went from a protest to a riot, and you're involved in a riot. So we're going to arrest you, and we're going to find out what part you played in this riot. Now they get to determine, okay? And I know to those, but they get to determine what's a threat to society. That's their job, protect and serve. But nowadays it's like with the cops, it's like, you know what, protect, serve, and cover your ass. They're not out for the best of the community. They're just out there just to make sure that they do enough so they don't get their freaking ass fired by a lawsuit. Or some black guy who's been out of jail. So right now he's on probation for beating up somebody, and now they're going into the situation with a known freaking felon who's got a history of beating people, and they're supposed to say please. That cops don't have to say please. They just tell you what you need to do. And the reason why they do that is very simple, because they want to control the situation. Their life may or may not be in threat. They do not know this if this threat is there or not unless they control the situation. And that's all. You allow the officer, okay? You allow him to determine the situation. He doesn't need you to be yelling and screaming in his ear. He doesn't need you to tell you what happened. Whatever he needs to know he will ask you once you got the situation in hand and control that it's a um, peaceful per se environment. If you are doing anything, okay, to not allow this officer to take control of the situation so he can analyze the situation, then he can act accordingly based on the information he's got. You are part of the problem. If you're part of the problem where a police officer can't do his job properly, then you need to be arrested. You need to be arrested. You need to actually take a look at yourself, man. Because a part of calling the police is to maintain calm and restore the peace. That's it. When the cops show up, peace should be restored right there. Because whatever is happening right now, when the cops got called, that situation now is taken over by the police to ensure a peaceful environment that he can work in. Are there good cops? Yes, very good cops sometimes. Are there bad cops? Yeah. Well, that's our fault because the fact is, if there's a black, if there, I mean, I'm sorry, excuse me, if there's an officer, okay, who's bad, it's up to us to put pressure on to fire his ass. Case in point, we had an officer here in my hometown. He was being a dick. I mean, he was a dick to all the residents, and we don't live in a big town at all. I mean, very small town. But he was being a dick to everybody. He was from outside, didn't grow up here, didn't really know anybody, didn't, you know. But he took it upon himself to, when he'd make a traffic stop, he'd let the women get out of it for a blowjob. He'd let them give a blowjob, and he wouldn't give them a ticket. Well, where that shit got around, and couple, well, there's a few people went up there, you know, told the sheriff, look, this guy, you know, this is what this guy's doing. This is how he's, you know, prior and everything like that. Well, the sheriff at the time didn't do nothing. He may have been in on it, I don't know. But anyway, he called up to this guy because he could still continue to work. And they found him one late night, one shot through the head. Yeah. So they never found out who did it. Imagine that. Small town, imagine that. But it sent the message, whether good, bad, indifferent, it sent the message to where don't fucking, you know, even cops don't break the freaking law around here because you're going to hell accountable. And in small towns I live, it's like, you know what? It's done in the best interest basis the way people looked at it. It was done to protect the community. And then here comes the, you know, Texas Rangers came down and investigated. And next thing you know, all our police, we didn't have a police officer at all. We didn't have nobody. They had to hire in some constables to come in and take the place until we got somebody elected, whatever. But that's just an example of taking law into your own hands. And I don't condone it. I really don't, but I can see where it'll happen. Just think about it. I mean, if your wife or your loved one or somebody or your mom, you know, got pulled over with a ticket or given a blowjob, first of all, she decided to get a blowjob, then I don't know, but I'd be willing to bet that the cop actually probably threatened more than that if she didn't give him a blowjob, because he could probably make up anything you want to now, you know. But then again, let's take it law into its own hand, and I don't condone that, but I could see where, like I said, I could see where something like that would trigger a response from a husband or a one, or a father, or something like that. God forbid. I mean, I don't know what I would do if that was somebody approached my daughter like that with that. I don't know. Um, I think I'd have to take the course. Um, I think I'd have to take the course of this guy here. Um, I do think that that there needs to be some accountability for everybody, um, and I do believe that even if you are um, um, a police officer, you don't just get away with murder for nothing. I mean, I think that you are held accountable and should be held accountable. Um, I think that maybe you should, um, to the extent of law, be punished, and there should be an example that's set there. I mean, there should be kind of an example that, especially for a law officer. Um, I don't know if there is anything different beside the law that we can do, except for the fact is that we do know if an officer goes to jail, it's not a good thing. I think his life expectancy is shortened a considerable bit. But I think that maybe the whole justice system needs to have a shot in the arm, and I think we need to start holding not police officers only, but we also need to look at the whole system. And the judicial system is something. And I'm not just saying it's because of Ninth Circuit Court. I'm just saying that judges can get away with anything as long as they make a decision from their bench, or if they're behind the bench, they can do anything that they want to do. You say we'll put in the law. Well, yeah, but they can do anything. However, the fact is the burden's on you to appeal. If you don't appeal, then his judge, it stands. He doesn't have to um, reverse his decision. You have to appeal it, which costs more time, more money, or whatever. In the meantime, you're having to serve the sentence that he's given out, right or wrong or indifferent, until appeals. Because if he goes to appeals, then he gets they don't get your time back. You don't get your time back, man. You know, you damn sure don't get your money back from the lawyer. So, judges need to be held accountable for their actions. Um, and this is a serious problem. Because of the fact is that, like I stated, you can do anything you want to do if you're a judge. You can say anything you want to say to a defendant. You can comment on their hair, you can comment on their dress, you can comment on whatever, and you can basically degrade this individual in public, and you can get away with it. Now, with that being said, you're looking at an individual who can pretty much dominate your life and take your life away. Life as you know it away, I guess. Too often times, you see people go to jail, but then somebody with the same crime just gets probation. Well, here's the reasoning on that. Is because the fact is that these guys have got a long track record. They just like, shit, I'm gonna put you in jail. And guess what? You're gonna be out again. Jail ain't, so we're gonna put you on probation. It's freaking actors do it all the time, but it's become rampant to the fact that truly that judges are abusing this power. I'm not saying they shouldn't have it. In dire circumstances, yeah, they probably need that, but they're abusing this power. And I think that's where we need to start with change. is we need to make some changes to the judicial system. I think that judges have too much power and they have no accountability, which is very dangerous. If someone has no accountability, they're not responsible for their decisions or what they can and can't do. That's scary. That is scary. I challenge anybody to find precedents of an attorney, because I've looked and I can't really find anything of an attorney berating or demeaning a defendant that's on tape. We all know it happens. We all know that it goes on. We know that this behavior is basically accepted, that the judge can get away with anything in his courtroom and we don't question it. We just walk away. And to that extent, they're right, because the fact is that you can't fight the judge. But you can question it. And with that being said, you can question them, but nothing will come out of it. I mean, you can actually what is it, protest to the attorney general or something like that, or the senior law in your state or whatever, but you know they ain't going nowhere. I mean, how many times has a freaking lawyer been removed from office or from his pedestal, because the fact is that he's broken the law? I mean, doesn't happen. Not often anyway. It doesn't happen. There is, however, a pushback, and I hope that there is, of individuals who start taking this kind of crap serious, and that we don't take it anymore. But then again, you know what? It's up to them. And it's one of those things that need to be changed, but we got to stand up to make it. And we got to make it right. I mean, we need to change a lot of things, and we need to change things that that need to be reflected. I'm doing something here. I'm trying to get more followers here. And you know, I take it with a grain of salt, because because I'm not really good at this, and I'm gonna get better. But like I said, I like to talk and I like to bring up questions. And I like to get some feedback on Gabbers as well. I'm not getting anything, you know, nobody really gives a shit about me anyway. So, you know, I'm starting to follow him. Kind of started a trend last night to where I actually kind of put out my stance on things. I have putting out some events, or not events, but some of my ideas on what I think about stuff. I'm inviting more comments, or more feedback. And that's one of the reasons we really have an issue is because the fact is that um, there are not a lot of individuals um, that on Gap that want to actually be involved in a conversation um, with I guess what am I saying? It would be questionable material, I guess. I don't know uh, why. Like I said earlier, I believe that maybe um, I believe that maybe people are filling out Gab. I believe that um, they're trying to start um, kind of getting a feel for it, I guess, so to speak. I guess there are a lot of individuals who are making up their mind whether it's a good platform or it's not, what's really allowed. Uh, and if it's true, I mean, speak freely if it's true. I mean, a lot of people that I run into, or I have had it with Twitter, I mean, um, they have had it with Twitter. They are to the point where they want to be heard and they want to um, they want to feel like um, that someone's listening, and we have a perfect platform for this. We um, and it's here on Gap, but like I said before, we've got to change it to what works for us. Um, and what I mean by that is we need to determine the platform of what works for us for the majority, what works or what attracts individuals to this site. And one of the best ways I can do it is get involved like I'm doing tonight. It may not be um, a good thing that I do this. Um, I may not be able to convince anybody, but I am getting involved and I am promoting. I guess, Gab, I don't get paid by anybody. I'm doing this my own free will, my own electricity, all my other shit. I'm just doing this because I want to participate in the conversation and I want to have others participate in the conversation. Um, and there are many things that we need to do to start a conversation. And um, that is the first, and that is the first step of us um, making making a change here. Um, there are a lot of ways we can implement change, and we have a lot of opportunities, um, not only here but on all social media. I mean, everyone, especially Torba, he always states about Twitter and about Facebook. I've made my feelings clear about that. And once again, I'll tell you guys I don't condone it. It really kind of pisses me off because that um, he um, seems to be um, at war with Silicon Valley and Twitter and Facebook. And and all this. And the issue I have with that is because the fact is that I don't care what um, I don't care what Torba thinks about Twitter, and if I want to know what's going on, I want to know um, doing in market or how their um, stocks doing or how bad they are or whatever. I can read about it. I don't need to go. I'm on Gab. I don't want to go on Gab and hear about Twitter. Um, Same way I don't want to go on Twitter and hear about Gab. I've chosen my media right now um, that I'm on, which is Gab. And that's what I want to talk about. Let's talk about how to improve. Yeah, let's talk about what features that individuals will want. What's the majority of is what is going to actually make this gap better. Um, Collectively, what can we do to make it better? Now, of course, donations, yes, okay, great. Um, but I still roll back to the fact is that you need donations. But didn't you think about that whenever you started the site that you were going to need revenue and income to maintain the site? Uh, why is there special preference for those who have to make donations? I kind of understand that kind of makes sense. But there is, if you are a donator, then you get special privileges. I think one of those privileges, the fact is that the highest donors always end up on the popular list, no matter how many quotes they get uh, or what they post. I mean, it's just that kind of amazes me. It's a good question, man. But that's small. That's small potatoes. Hell, they can choose. They can choose whoever they think is the most popular or whatever. Because I really don't give a shit. I really don't. Um, what I do like is the fact is that um, it is a new medium. We do have um, we do have the right to voice our opinion here. We can't speak freely. I think there's only been one person that I know of that's been banned from Gab, and rightly so. They were breaking a code. They were breaking the law by doing so. Um, and I was warned. Um, but on the flip side of that coin, you've got individuals that are doing the same thing that Gab is not holding responsible. I think that's because the fact is that the number of viewers they have, like on YouTube or other social media, affects um, the decision making process of who can say what when a little bit. I will give you an example. Now, David Seaman um, literally came out and was promoted by Gab on YouTube. Um, he came out and on his stream, he came out and called Podesta a pedophile. He came out and defamed this guy up and down. Same thing with Hillary. Um, he actually broke a number of laws, libel and defamation of character. And I'm not taking sides on Pizzagate. I'm not really. That'll be another issue. But the fact of the matter is what gets me is this guy's making a living, okay, by asking $300 in donation and also getting paid for all the advertisement for the content that he puts out that may or may not be true. But that's not really that's for us to decide. But when you cross over just to gain followers to breaking the law um, on social media via another recommendation, you should be held accountable. Um, you should be held accountable for those actions. On the same token, like Madonna, I think that she should have been arrested as soon as she said she thinking about blowing up the White House. I mean, so, um, but that didn't happen. So too often times we start falling into the trap of who's got the money, uh, who's got money, who don't have money. Money will get you out of anything, and that seems to be true. That seems to be the status quo. If you have money and you can afford a great lawyer, then hey, your chance of getting out for percentage is higher. Um, we damn sure all know that it's going to give you a better chance of going with a public defender. Um, so, with that being said, we know that getting a public defender is not really one of the best lawyers and doesn't have that much respect for the court. That's why he's actually doing public defender work so he can gain the reputation um, of, of being okay, a reputable lawyer in the court. Um, and that's so sad. That's how lawyers make their living, of course. And but they take pro bono cases because the fact is it um, increases their status within the court. Um, they're before the judge more often. They get to be seen, and they don't have to rely on a client base to determine how many times I get to appear in front of the judge or whatever. So basically, they're working on their reputation by taking pro bono. Um, like right there, it's just another. Um, that's just another complaint I have against the justice system. Um, and basically, law. If you broke the law, then you know what you're at the full mercy of the court. There's nothing really that you can do. Um, you just have to shut up and face it. There is no um, opportunity for you to actually defend yourself anymore because it wastes the court's time. It judges you. It wastes, that's their view. It's wasting time. It's not going to be productive. It's not. But I still think that. I mean, I would want to represent myself. The only one I know today, I would like to represent myself. I would like to do so because the fact is that um, I can do my research. I can do work and find out what the laws are. Um, I can prepare my own case because I'm the best one to prepare my case. Um, because I'm the one who knows what happened, and I know, I don't have to have um, uh, to rely on somebody else trying to make a complete deal or anything like that. Offered to me, if it's offered, I don't want to go through an attorney. I can't see an attorney making money on my behalf when I have the opportunity to defend myself. Other cases where what, hey, you can't defend yourself against this, um, or what the case may be. But for the majority, you can actually make a case for yourself, and that's true to the course because the fact is that um, we want to get a fair trial, and that's all we're asking. I mean, if we broke the law, hell, we broke the law, and you have to be able to face the consequences. Yes, but the issue is that who determines those consequences? Is it the law or is it the opinion of the judge? My opinion on the Ninth Circuit Court, um, it was they allowed politics to come in to their decision. Period. Um, what Trump did, his ban was to first of all was within the law. Second of all, he had every right to do so. We've done some done so in the past. That is their discretion. That's up to the that's determined in the powers of being president. Okay, there we have three branches of government, and each individual one of them has their own certain powers, um, and they have the right to use those powers. In the words of Trey Gowdy, one of the best speeches I think I've ever heard. Make we don't suggest laws. We make. Well, president is responsible for the national security of the United States. That is the highest priority that you can take as president. That's one of your main priorities. Everything else comes second. The first thing is the safety of American citizens, period, or safety of a nation, period. It's stated that way. It gives him the discretion to determine what the threat was. Okay. It gives him the discretion to make a complaint or to refuse anyone that is um, a potential um, threat to this nation. He gets to decide that, and based upon it's not based upon public opinion. It's not based on something. If he determines the president of the United States that we elected, if he determines that there's a certain group, country, or whatever that's a threat to the United States, he can personally act upon it. If you don't like it, wait 3 years and vote somebody else in there. But if you notice, Congress hasn't got involved in this at all. Congress has, this is not in their realm. They can comment on it, I guess, but they can't really change the fact that it's law. And who the hell is the Ninth Circuit Court of freaking Washington? Who the hell are they to stop the national security of the United States of America? Where does that power come from? Where does it come from? Who gave them that power? The American public did. Um, the Constitution did. This law, this thing, or this, what do you want to call it? This interruption, okay, in our justice system, or our political system, or whatever you want to call it. This stay has put a country in a bad situation. Not just that. No, it's their own. They've created their own security threat. The Ninth Circuit Court have promoted terrorism basically by allowing this to happen. People wake up. Okay, if a person is here illegally, okay, I don't care if they're working. They're I don't care because if they're here illegally, they don't pay taxes. State taxes, local taxes, they don't pay taxes. But we're footing a bill for them to be able to live here and allow them to work and do so. Because the fact is they've made the choice to enter this country illegally. Case in point, if I, as an American citizen, if I go to Mexico and I try to enter that, and I succeed in entering that country, if I am caught, it's a mandatory 2 years. Okay? I don't get no welfare. I don't get no subsidies. I don't get no benefits. I don't get shit except for 2 years in a maximum jail. And there ain't no time off for good behavior. There ain't no probation. None of the shit that we afford them. No. So excuse me as an American that I want to know who's coming into my country. Are they okay? or have they been related to terror or terrorist groups? Are they on an Interpol watch list? Are they committing crimes in their own country? How do we know who you are? We don't. So we have to go to, because you are taking every step to hide your identity and make it, and come to this country illegally. We have to bow down to your needs or what you feel is constitutional. Wake up, people. They're here illegally. They have no rights. If you wanted to have rights, okay, you should have entered the country legally and be a proud American, proud of where you're at. Learn the history, learn the freaking language, and contribute to society. You're legal. You have the much say so as anybody else here legally. But what you don't get if you're here illegally, you don't get these same protections. These protections. When is it that America? When did it become that America is responsible for the rest of the world? When did it become that we need to nation build? When it is, what happened to make us feel responsible for individuals who are here illegally? They couldn't contribute to their own country. Why are you coming here? If you're here to come here to the United States and you are here to shove down our throats your religion, if you want to push a set of laws in a Sharia court that violates our Constitution, we don't want you. If you enter these shores, okay, and you're illegal, you have no rights. You do not, and you haven't earned them. Once you become a citizen, which is very important, not only do you pledge allegiance to that flag, but when you walk out of there, you know you're part of something better than yourself. And you agree that you're going to make America great for your kids, for your family, for everything. It's going to be bigger and better. I'm not here to turn this country into the country that I just left. I left there for a reason, okay? Whatever reason that may be, I left there for a reason, to come to something better. So why do I want to change something that's better into the same old shit that I came from? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Muslim banning. Okay, that's what they call it. No, it's just if you come from a country that harbors terrorism, we are going to make due diligence, and we're going to go the extra mile to find out who the hell you are. Period. Because your country condones and breeds terrorism. I don't know if you're a terrorist. I don't know if you're a good guy or a bad guy. I don't know. The only reason I will know to a degree of certainty is that I know who you are. I know your true intentions of coming to if you're here to get an education and you get money for that, you better have your ass in class. If you're here illegally, or if you are allowed to come into the country and you're not a citizen, then yeah, you are subject to us knowing about what you're doing now. Where do you live? Are you doing what you said you were going to do when you came into America? Did you find a job? Are you doing the basic things to give back to the society as well? You got to ante up, people. Nothing's free. There are plenty of individuals that I know of that live right above the poverty line or damn near close to it. They still raise a damn family. They're here legally. They're here legal. They still raise their damn family the best way they can. They still put food on the table the best way they can. If that's someone done who's been working at the same job for 2 years or so, and he gets laid off, yeah, and he's trying to find another job, yeah, he should get unemployment benefits and he should qualify for welfare. He should be able to qualify because welfare is what it was designed to be, was a stopgap or a gap between the time you're unemployed to the time you go back to work, where you can still provide for your family. That's it. Simple as that. That's what it was created for. Those that abuse it they should be held accountable to the law and the book thrown at them. If you have paperwork and you are trying to become a citizen, and the paperwork that we got, which is what we're trying to change, I'm trying to change this. If the paperwork is taking 10 years to process you into being a citizen, well, that's wrong. That's why Trump is ready to change it. That's why he said, time out, okay? Time out. We're not going to take any refugees from these countries because of past events that have happened, and we're going to come up with a better way for everybody. Across the board, we're going to come up with a better way. We are going to fix the problems in our own immigration system before we can actually start allowing people in. And it's got to start somewhere. We got to stop people entering illegally. What laws are we going to create or enforce the ones that are in place that keep people coming here illegally? A sanctuary city should be the first place I start. You got a sanctuary city. I'm the freaking government. It's already stated. You got sanctuary cities, we're going to call fund to your state. That'll put a whole damn thinking about the deficit on. Well, we take all that damn money that we provide states with sanctuary cities and put it back toward the deficit. No shit. No. Why we got to deport these assholes? Why isn't the country that? Why isn't the country they escaped from ready to foot the bill, get their people back? The main reason the Mexican president is against all these laws is because the fact is it's illegals from Mexico. They get a job over here. They live with more than one more couple in their house, and are sending at least 50% of their earnings back to Mexico to support another family. If you ask a female if she's married, she will say no, because the fact is that way she gets more benefits. This system was designed for single mothers who are here legally. They deserve that money. That has to work two jobs to make ends meet. That is the program is designed to target. While you're going to school as a single parent, you can only make so much money because you can only work so many hours. Those are the people that welfare will help, that you're progressing and you're wanting to do something else. This is what the program is here to help you accomplish that goal so you can support yourself. Right now, how many damn Mexican families are you supporting with your taxpayer dollars? It's like being, I mean, Mexican. I mean, I'm talking about in Mexico. How many are we supporting? Enough is enough. Enough is a freaking enough. We've got to draw the line somewhere, and it's not going to be the most a popular decision whatever we make. We're in between a rock and a hard place. But we got to make the decision that's best for America, for Americans. We need to promote Americans who are here, ready, willing, and able to make this country better. We need to give them a break. We need to be supporting them, not a damn illegal person who comes over here for the wrong reason because we allow them in to take advantage of our system. I just ask one question. If you're going to benefit from our programs that we have to help out the poor, the needy, and the people who actually need help, I would much rather support a person here in America who's legal and offer these programs to them instead of giving these programs to illegal aliens. How many Muslims do we know that have committed terror attacks? How many of them are receiving benefits from the state or the federal government? It's a good question. You'll be surprised at the percentage. I said most of them. Most of them are. And the issue is the fact is that we allow it. See, that's where I come to a lot of determination. Where who's guilty? Who's more guilty? The illegal, the illegal that comes across the border, or the people who allow it? How long can we just turn our heads? How long are we going to turn our heads from people breaking the breaking the law? They know they're breaking the law, and they choose to take that risk of being deported. That was their choice. It was their choice to have children inside the United States because they wanted to, because they're Americans. The children are considered American citizens. Don't think that they didn't think about, well, they're not going to deport me because my child's American. Bullshit. Bullshit. You took that risk. Nobody else made that decision for you. You took that risk. And now you got to end up paying for it. And you're pissed off because you got to pay for it because it's just like every damn other criminal in here, okay? Or any criminal. Nobody, hey, everybody's innocent, right? Everybody's freaking innocent. You broke the law intentionally, knowing you were doing so. You have no defense. You have nothing to go back on because of the fact that you've made that choice. At any time you feel like, oh, you know what? I'm here illegally. I made a wrong choice. I can be held accountable for this. I probably need to go back to Mexico. Nope. You continue to take that risk. It's like somebody selling cocaine, man. The percentages are people are selling smack on the street or cocaine or selling drugs on the street. 80% of them go to jail. 20% of them say, you know what, I'm still going to take that risk. Well, go ahead, man. Don't get caught. That's the feeling. Don't get caught. But you might also want to do this. If you know of an illegal family that are here not contributing to society, so to speak, and you know what? You come home from work, you look at it and you're like, damn, they need to leave. Because you know what? My money's going to them when it could be going to a homeless veteran or for a woman who's raising two kids, who's single and doesn't have time to find a husband or don't have time, and all she can do is work, maybe go to school, or but try to better her life with what she's got. And she's here legally. But no, you'd rather support an illegal alien. because you feel sorry for them because they came over and made a decision that was breaking the law. They broke the law. We learned this is when we were kids. Get caught stealing candy from the candy store or from a local 7-Eleven, whatever. Can't get in trouble for one hope. Would if you get caught. That's the risk every American takes. Is it worth it? And you ask yourself, you know what? I'm out here selling crack cocaine. Is it worth it? Is it going to be worth it if I go to jail? You got to make that decision. If your decision is yes, then you better be able to deal with the consequences. Same thing with illegals. I have voiced my opinion here as long as I have been allowed to, I guess. I'm not really even sure if this is going to make it to the Met because I haven't had really any listeners. That's a damn shame. I targeted Gabbers. That's kind of like what you get with Gab. It's kind of an echo chamber. Or so it is right now. Or this is the way it comes across because we have no feedback. All we have is a bunch of people who post a clip and don't comment on it, don't have any way, shape, form, or fashion who's supposed to be doing their thinking. I'd like to know if you have a freaking opinion. You know, what do you think? I don't care what was on TV 1,500 times to post that clip. I've already seen it. And the way Gab is, you repost it so damn much, it's like reading the same shit over and over again. If you actually listen to this and you actually make a sense of this, or are you just even paying attention? And this is one of you, and you're not participating, and you're not freaking get off Gab, man. Let's get some people in here that want to make a freaking difference. Get some people in here that you know what are challenged by a website and challenged by other users to think, to make an educated decision and think about that decision. Do your research. We have the most powerful tool in the world, which is the internet. You can look up things. You can look up things at a click of a finger. You can even look up your constitution, millennials, and actually read what the law of the land is. Not because what you say it is, how it should be, the way it is. And if it's broke for 200 years, it's freaking marked. Now the reason why it's breaking is because we got people questioning it, and we got people who don't like when the system don't go their way. You're in a me world, and guess what? As long as we allow it, it's going to get worse. Protests and these riots that you're seeing right now ain't the last of it. If we allow it to continue to happen, like I posted the question: are the ones who are breaking law, protesting and rioting, are they at fault? Well, are we at fault for allowing it to happen? We've got to take some of that responsibility because we're allowing it to happen on our streets. Our streets. I hear that they keep the same damn chance point over and over and over again. I can't, whose street? Our street. No, it ain't your damn street because you ain't paid no taxes and you don't earn it. Ain't your street. It's a public street. It's a public street. And if are you engaged in interrupting normal wear and tear traffic on that, or you are interrupting someone else's rights, you are breaking the law. Just get back to where the law means something. Just get back to where we hold our officials accountable to the law. Judges, policemen, they are accountable to the law. Let's get a police back that's not scared of getting a lawsuit filed against them so they don't make arrests on a certain group because they're peer prejudice. Yeah, I'll be prejudiced. I'm against prejudice. I'm prejudiced against people who break the law, and I got a freaking thing. People don't realize that Berkeley, all that damage they did to Berkeley, that's a state-run school that came out of California taxpayers' dollars. You paid for that. You paid for these assholes to go out and be a fool. Yeah, we got to take some responsibility because we're allowing it to happen. The silent majority has got to stand up now and be silent, I guess. You got to make it stand, man. You got to realize yourself how much are you going to put up with. Just like we did when we elected Trump. How much of that shit are we going to put up with? They basically told them we had enough. We made a change. But it ain't over with. It ain't over with yet. Not by a long shot. We still got fighting to do. We still got to change the system. We got to do it from the ground up. Trump, I know, guys. I'm glad he got elected too. But the fact is, he can't do it by himself. We got to start electing. We got to start removing individuals who stand in the way of the nation's best interest. Those are those that are have been in office 10, 20, 30 years. They can't even write their name, but they're allowed to make a damn decision that affects the whole country. Ninth Circuit Court's got to go. They need to be held accountable. They need to be removed. They need to be asked to resign for the due reason, just one reason. I don't know what their decisions have been in the past, but for this one reason, they have allowed, and they have continued to allow politics to invade their decision making process. They've been compromised. Simple as that. They have been compromised. They need to go. If you look at this later, I hope you do. I didn't get really much response for Gab, so I'm going to probably do something different tomorrow. I'm going to go to other accounts because this didn't attract anything from Gab. So I'm going to try a different avenue, I guess. But I will post on Gab. Um, thanks for the support or lack of, but at least I'm getting a feel of what Gab's all about, and that's what my goal is. My goal is to make a difference, and if I can't make it here on Gab, I'll make it somewhere else. Um, but this tells me a lot about the website. It tells me a lot about the platform. It tells me about the people that are actually members, about the people who actually donate. Tells me a lot, and I get it, but I ain't quit. Ain't here to last me, and I'm gonna be back. And if nothing else, just to piss you out. Um, if you read this later as recording, then please give me suggestions. Hit me back. Where do I need to advertise? Where do I need to go to actually get a conversation going here? I'm on a gap, which I guess is hard to do. But anyway, I am going to get out of here. Excuse me, because I'm gonna have to turn this shit off. And I don't know exactly what to turn off first. But if I'm still on, then you know what? Just ignore me like hell. This is Wolfpack, and I'm signing off. See you back. I'll be back tomorrow.